Cleopatra Kitty, head of the Mediterranean Growth Initiative, who worked for the accession, with the accession, and after, both on the part of the Greek presidency with George Papandreou, but also actively in Brussels for this. So a wealth of information, feelings from the time. Professor Niezike Ziliurek needs little introduction also, a former member of the European Parliament, the first of Turkish Cypriot origin. And I think that's extremely important to have a voice that will give us also the feeling in Brussels, but also vice versa, the feeling from the Turkish Cypriot community, the views on accession and the aftermath. And last but certainly not least, Professor Stephanie Lollet-Chelou, head of the Law Faculty at UCLan, the University of Central Lancashire, in Cyprus, someone who has worked very, very extensively on European affairs, both from the legal but also the political point of view, and who gives me pleasure to announce yesterday we published an occasional paper out of PRIA, authored by Professor Chelou, on exactly that, the 20 years from accession to the European Union, but also to the EMU, later on with the Eurozone. So it will be super interesting to hear comments on the before, the during, and the after. Without further ado, let me kindly ask Commissioner Vassiliou to give us the keynote speech of the day. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first of all, I thank the organizers for this initiative, which is, I think, very appropriate at this time for Cyprus. At least 20 years of my late life have been interwoven with Cyprus's accession process and later with the first years of Cyprus's participation in the Union. It's not just as the wife of the chief negotiator, but I was for 10 years member of the European Committee of the Cyprus Parliament, and therefore we had to study and pass about more than 80,000 laws, some of them amending the present legal system, or new laws which we had to adopt. I will try to answer two questions. First, to what extent has our accession met the expectations of the Cypriots? And on the other hand, to what extent has the expectations of the EU from the accession of Cyprus been met? So let me try with the first one. As we know, Cyprus is a small island state in the Eastern Mediterranean and could not afford remaining isolated from continental Europe, both for economic and security reasons. The Cypriots were hoping that our accession to the EU would facilitate the solution of the Cyprus problem. However, we should not lose sight of the fact that the solution of the Cyprus problem was and still is the responsibility of the United Nations. And the EU can only facilitate the process and make sure that the solution, eventually, of the Cyprus problem would not be in violation of the acquis communautaire, and especially the basic principles and freedoms of the EU. In fact, the EU was always hoping that the Cyprus problem would have been solved before our accession. That was always our aim, and both President Cleridis and Mr. Vassiliou were striving to do so, although Mr. Demirtas unfortunately remained adamant in his negative attitude. Even President Papadopoulos gave them assurances that he would support the Annan Plan so that Cyprus would accede with the Cyprus problem solved. That is why, after the referendum, Commissioner Verheugen and many others were very furious with us and created a hostile climate for Cyprus in the beginning of our accession. As we saw, however, the EU was always willing to offered their assistance whenever we needed it in connection with Cyprus problem and participated in all important UN-sponsored meetings in Cyprus, including the latest, that is Geneva, Montpellier, and Ramontan. But let me turn to other fields in which Cyprus benefited a lot from our accession. Most importantly, our small island state is participating fully in the formulation of EU policies through our participation in the European Commission as an equal member of the college. The Cypriot members of Parliament, despite our limited number, are participating in the various political groups a smaller state than Cyprus, managed to project one of its 6 members and succeed in her election twice as President of the European Parliament? How did Luxembourg, also a smaller state than Cyprus, succeeded in having one of its nationals elected as President of the Commission? And I'm talking, of course, about Jacques Santer. Lastly, let us not forget Cyprus's participation in the European Court of Justice, the Court of Auditors, and one of our nationals has been recently elected Vice President of the European Investment Bank. As we know, there are many areas in which Cyprus profited a lot from accession. Do we remember the hassle that we had to face crossing the borders of European countries? Do we remember the fees that we had to pay for our students to study in European universities, or the difficulties encountered in obtaining a working permit in any European country? Do we remember the hassle of having to convert our money every time we had to travel in another country? All these difficulties have gone. Thousands of Cypriots found jobs in other European countries. Thousands of students are studying in European universities in the same terms as their respective nationals. And we can now travel anywhere in Europe without any formalities, but by just showing our ID card and paying with euros in all member states of the Eurogroup area. Thousands of our university students benefit from their participation in the Erasmus Plus program, which, from my experience, transforms their life and gives them new prospects for the future. Have you visited our villages in the last few years? Their transformation is impressive. Just think of the seafront of Limassol. Think of Pavlov. Now, on the horizon that €3 for every €1 contributed to from the EU, 8 of all of passport by the we must point out that the University of Cyprus ranks among the top 100 universities in Europe for research and innovation. Another institution which is very high, has very high record of success is of course the Cyprus Institute, then to a lesser extent the Cyprus University of Technology and others. One additional benefit of our success in this area is that hundreds of Cypriot scientists found employment in these centers of excellence. Young people who would have otherwise seek employment in other countries. Another area in which Cyprus has profited immensely is the area of food safety. As you know, the EU has one of the most effective rapid alert systems of the world. Once a defective foodstuff is discovered in any member state, that state immediately notifies the center, and in their turn, they immediately notify all the member states, and they have to withdraw that item from all their shelves. On many occasions, as a Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, of course, I had to face serious food crises. Serious controls are also carried out in all foreign countries, third world countries, from which importation of food is allowed. Can you imagine what would have happened if Cyprus were not a member of the EU and we had to face the COVID pandemic on our own? Just think of it. Moreover, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which was set up by the von der Leyen Commission to enable member states to recover, as the title suggests, from the negative effects of the pandemic and enable them to become strong and resilient. Under this fund, Cyprus will get a total of 1 billion euros in form of grants and 200 million in a form of loan from the EU. However, this huge amount will not be given without any strings attached. Cyprus is obliged to carry out a great number of reforms and investments which will be done in stages and be completed by the end of 2006. As each state is being completed, Cyprus will be entitled to withdraw its amount. Lastly, it is worth mentioning that the famous or infamous Great Sea Electricity Interconnector between Israel, Cyprus, and Crete is going to be financed partly by the EU to the extent of 657 million from the Connecting Europe facility, as it is considered as a project of common interest by the EU, and another 100 million will have to be invested from Cyprus under the Recovery and Resilience Fund. Dear friends, I will now come to the second question, namely, to what extent has Cyprus accession met the EU's expectations? Regarding the Cyprus question, I believe the EU is not at all happy with the continuation of the status quo in Cyprus and the ensuing problems we constantly face as a result. That is why the EU is more than eager to help the two communities in any way they can. Cyprus is failing to meet EU obligations in several areas. Emissions and renewable energy targets have not been met. Environmental policies have been insufficient and inadequately implemented. The absence of ambitious goals is accompanied by lack of urgency to meet obligations. Due to the very high consumption patterns, Cyprus has one of the fastest rising waste generation rates. The environmental, health, and socioeconomic impacts of the uncontrolled disposal of waste are also considerable given the size of the island. The reduction of waste generation rates and their management according to the waste hierarchy is therefore a priority. We are always in breach of the rules regarding Natura 2000. Just think of what is happening in the Agamas Peninsula or in the Cabo Greco area. Lastly, I wish to speak about Cyprus' participation and representation in the various EU institutions and agencies. I must admit that the situation has improved in the recent years. But in the first years of our accession, I have noticed that on many occasions, Cyprus's seat at conferences and other meetings remained vacant. Somehow, we were thinking that our presence was not important. This created a vacuum between Cyprus and the remaining member states. Of course, the distance and the lack of direct flights with Brussels and the majority of member states made our participation difficult. But I'm sure that we all appreciate the importance of our presence and active participation. In the European Parliament, most of the times, and I think Yazid says something I'm sure about it, most of the times, our representatives are interested about the Cyprus issue. Most of our MPs choose to join the Committee of Foreign Affairs, and very seldomly do they join other committees. From my experience, when they take the floor, it is mostly to speak about the Cyprus issue, and seldomly on another issue. And as we know, neutrality and reciprocity are very important among member states. I want to believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we have improved in this area as well, because despite Cyprus's small size, we should show the world that we take an interest about everything that is happening, whether it concerns us directly or indirectly. We have to convince them that Cyprus matters and can play a positive role in EU affairs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Vassiliou, for this extremely informative regarding raw data as well, but more importantly, a very realistic, a very critical take on things. I think it sets very well the tone for our discussion. I can't help in my academic hat of thinking how important it is to systematize things methodologically. And drawing on the excellent paper that I mentioned before that Professor Chalou has authored, if I could turn to her to ask for exactly that, a methodological take, if you like, a framework of expectations but also outcomes, the reasons for joining the EU and how did it go from soft security, as you argue, down to differential integration models. Things have certainly progressed, but was there a direct or indirect delivery on the expectations? If I could turn to you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, first of all, and thank you for the excellent cooperation with Cyprus. And yes, in fact, very pleased that the occasional paper was published yesterday. I am the co-author. My co-author is Dr. Figo, who cannot be with us today. So what we tried to do in that paper is to summarize and analyze, as was said by Mr. Chair, the reasons for Cyprus's accession to the EU and to the Eurozone, as well as what materialized, so the outcomes, and the implications of this accession, and to reflect on current and future trends. Now, I would just like to say to Commissioner Vassiliou that I am a product of Erasmus, so had it been for Erasmus, I would not be here with you today. Not that I was an Erasmus in Cyprus, I'm too old for this, but obviously my half is from Cyprus.
She had many intermarriages.
Exactly. So I had the product of this. And it's important to say it. And I also actually did my PhD on the principle of Cyprus integration into the European Union. So it can lead to many different things. So I think just to say a few words, first of all, about the peculiarities of Cyprus. We all know that the island of Cyprus has its own specificities, historically, geographically, geopolitically, constitutionally. I will not turn to that now because this is not the point of today. Also, that Cyprus differs from the other member states mentioned by our Czech colleague earlier. In other words, the 2004 enlargement, which is 8 Central European countries, Central and Eastern European countries, plus 2 islands, Malta and Cyprus. It even differs from Malta in different ways. So I'm going to try to explain to you why, and also why we reflect on the 20 years of Cyprus's membership to the European Union to think about what is forthcoming for the Cyprus EU presidency that is forthcoming in the first part of 2026. So the first point I want to make, and the first argument that is developed in the paper, is that although the main reason Cyprus aspired to join the EU was national security rather than economic considerations, actually what transpired in the past 20 years is that economic considerations provided the island with considerable benefits, financial benefits, and economic considerations actually materialized more easily and more quickly than national security. So that's the first point. So why am I saying that? So the bid, Cyprus's bid was particular from the point of view of the division of the island. And trade considerations were of course important, as well as economic considerations, but not as important as national security. We actually, when we joined in 2004, we were not net receiver of EU funds. We became in the making because we acquired the necessary culture to do so. But when we joined, actually, we should, I mean, if we had joined as a unified island, we would have become a beneficiary much more quickly than by joining as a divided island. And it's only when the financial crisis hit that there was a sense of, obviously, Cyprus needing more funding from the EU. It didn't have to do either with this process of democratization that we could see in the Central and Eastern European countries. Not that the rule of law is particularly strong in Cyprus, and this is something maybe we can return to later, but that wasn't the main point of the Cyprus bid. Neither this return to Europe that we have seen elsewhere. Security considerations were critical for Cyprus in its EU accession bid. And unlike the Central and Eastern European countries, which had already joined NATO by the time of their accession to the EU, the Republic of Cyprus was not at the time, and nor is it now, a NATO member. Cyprus is the only EU member state that is neither a NATO member nor a participant to the so-called NATO-sponsored Partnership for Peace program. Even Malta was at some point. So on that front, not much progress, if you want, in the last 20 years. So Cyprus saw the EU as a provider of soft power or soft security, non-military security, if you see what I mean. And this was important in terms of also being able to claim or to make a point, ascertain the sovereignty of the Republic of Cyprus over the whole of its territory. Also, that's another important point. As well as hoping that the EU could act as a catalyst for resolution of the Cyprus dispute. Commissioner, you have already very correctly outlined the limits of this approach to facilitating or participating directly to the Cyprus issue and to the negotiations. So Cyprus, by joining, acquired considerable leverage vis-à-vis Turkey. That's, I think, clear, particularly through the so-called veto possibility, which has been used on some occasions at the beginning, after joining, 2005 more or less, which has been used indirectly. However, given that Turkey's prospects to join the European Union are moving further and further away, this leverage is, of course, extremely limited nowadays. In terms of its rationale, though, this unusual bid for EU accession is not without parallels to what's currently ongoing in the rest of Europe, particularly for Moldova, Georgia, and the Ukraine, which have all concluded association agreements with the EU, subsequent to Russia's invasion and annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014, and the resulting outbreak of hostilities in eastern Ukraine. So this is something we can all think of. Not to mention that, of course, the Cyprus model, inverted commas, for example, if you want, of differentiating integration was very much discussed during Brexit for Northern Ireland. We could also mention that. The second point I wanted to make, and perhaps this is going to be a little bit more controversial, is that, as I said before, while Cyprus was focusing and is focusing, as we heard, on the Cyprus problem, it seemed that the benefits of joining the European Union and then the Eurozone very, very quickly after came with the financial crisis in 2012-2013. In what sense? Because the tools that were available to Cyprus as a member of the Eurozone were simply much more than the tools that are available to non-Eurozone members who are member states of the European Union. I can dig into details later if you want. And I am not, of course, diminishing the fact that the outcome of the bail-in in Cyprus and the haircut is absolutely tragic and should have been avoided. But again, I'm going to use this reverse analysis that Commissioner Basil used as well, which is urbanization. Think about what would have happened if we were not in the Eurozone, and if we did not have the possibility of using the ESM system, the European Stability Mechanism system. So probably things would have been even worse. I know it's difficult to think about that, but it's probably the fact that the country would have gone into bankruptcy, basically. So this is about the Eurozone. And why did we join very quickly the Eurozone? Again, it is a way to, anchor ourselves into the European family, maintain and sustain sovereignty, including economic terms. Also, the single currency can be an important aspect of the negotiations during the Cyprus problem, because this was one of the points of contention as to what currency would be used and what would be the role of the central bank, the future central bank. So, with the single currency, some of those issues are, proposed, and so on and so forth. And the last point I want to make, and I will stop there, is that this unprecedented accession to the EU of a divided country, it may actually provide a blueprint. Obviously, it cannot be within the treaties, but a blueprint at the very least for future enlargements, where sui generis circumstances prevail, such as a conflict. So, I've written across the years, over the years, about that differentiates in the integration of Cyprus into the European Union. So this partial model, if you want, of European integration, which we can discuss, of course, and agree on, but it's clear that there are many different variations on the scale of EU integration, in fact. Why is this important? Because one of the problems of a divided territory is that the government of that territory, the legitimate government of that territory, doesn't have effective control over all that territory. So by joining the European Union, it's a way to make sure that that country is not penalized for not being able to effectively control the whole of its territory. So this is enshrined into the treaties via protocols, so that that member state can actually work equally with the other member states, as was picked up before, while being shielded from actually being responsible for some of the lack of implementation enforcement of laws and regulations of the EU level. And so, yes, more than one level of integration is considerable, even if it's not desirable. And personally, I have worked for years on the idea that market integration can prevail and can precede political integration. And this is probably why we're in this room anyway, in the first place. So this is an important point, and I will stop there, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Many thanks for that. I think it provides us the necessary framework for understanding how things happen. But the framework is the framework, the goals are the goals, and the outcomes are the outcomes. How did it all happen? I'm turning to someone who's been, who was there before, during, and after. Someone who was in Nicosia, in Athens, in Brussels, and who lived the whole thing. Perhaps run some of it. So with that, let me turn to Cleopatra Kitty, who's a very international Cypriot before Europe, my understanding is correct, lived all around the world, so brings in a very nice international cosmopolitan perspective to things, perhaps going a little bit 30,000 feet up and looking at things in a perspective that sometimes escapes us here in Cyprus.
Well, thank
Leo?
you, Mari, and thank you, Prio, for entrusting me to be part of this project. I want to recognize Mrs. Vasiliou here, who has been instrumental herself and her family, her husband and herself, as leaders of Cyprus that inspired the accession, the transition, the whole process, and their own leadership in the Commission, my fellow speakers here. But I also want to recognize the school from Paphos, who is here, to thank them for making the long trip and sit with us. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Thanks.
So,
Thank you.
Έχεις καλή τα σκάλα.
What my story, I realized in preparing for this speech that Cyprus's accession story dovetails with my own career and life story. So what I have to say today is very much a personal story on which I've built my learnings from working as a initially non-European and then European on Cyprus, Brussels, but also how the world sees Cyprus and Brussels through this process. So 3 key words I'd like our fellow students here and the audience to take away from my message today. The first one is perspective. The second one is lifelong learning. And the third one is collaboration. So nothing happens without all of us working for them. So I see Cyprus in the EU trajectory in 3 periods. The pre-accession period, the 1993-95, when we were approved as fit to process our application. Then the second would be the negotiation, harmonizing the acquis, the laws of Europe, which was 1995-2004, when the negotiation ended and the accession happened when we entered the Union. And the third is what we're discussing today, which is the membership period, 2004-2024. So the first period, it was sort of the early 90s, the first Gulf War, for those who remember, a very critical period of instability in our region. I had then founded my own strategic communications firm, and I had decided that since the Middle East wouldn't be a source of work, I should look west to Europe. And I added a strand of my work on EU affairs and understanding how the EU works. and I had proposed to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then late Alekos Michailidis was leading it, if I could bring some of my collaborators from abroad who were former EU Commission experts to talk to our ministry, chambers of commerce. What does it mean to be part of the European Union? What does this accession process mean? And we did it. We had about 50 people in a room like today. And one thing became clear, that change would be deep. And a completely new mindset would have to prevail. So the second period, I'll move to that period of accession, 9 years later. As fate had it for me, I moved to Brussels with my family in 1999. I had completed then, I went back to school, and I was in my early 30s, and I completed a certification on EU institutional affairs, how Europe regulates. I lost my stand here, but I'll continue. How Europe regulates, it was an important new perspective in my head. It was about understanding the powers and the corridors of Brussels, intersecting between the Commission, which proposes legislation, the Parliament that debates it and votes on it, and the Council where the heads of state, somebody will see on my waist here, how the Council where the heads of state sit, the presidents and prime ministers of countries, and approve or vote through or negotiate and vote through legislation. So, two strands of the Brussels work became very clear. The first, the diligent technocratic work that takes place at Commission level, where everybody goes to give a voice and give a view. The Commission wants to hear from member states. The Commission welcomes view from business people from member states, from civil society. So it becomes this very busy, beehive type of people moving in and out and claiming a voice, a view. And based on those views, Brussels Commission, the EU Commission, proposes legislation. And then the second strand would be when the political trade-offs take place. I guess Mr. Gizilgure will talk about how the trade-offs of whose views will prevail, whose interests will be traded off with other interests would occur. And it was in this environment that I took my first job, which I was a senior manager, the first Greek speaker, first Mediterranean, to lead an office of a public affairs corporate advisory firm in Brussels. And during that time, and given my family had the possibility to live in the hotel where all the negotiating teams would stay, I witnessed firsthand the very long hours and the hard-working, diligent method that the Cypriot team put to negotiate Cyprus' accession in the EU. I very well remember the credit that the Cypriot negotiating team took from Brussels that said that we were the most diligent, fast-track, opening and closing chapters. So we were students number one among the 10 member states for doing a great job. Thanks to Mr. Vasiliou and his team, a lot of members of the team were there. Konstantinos Lipurgos, Lida Kusumba, Marina, Jensen, a lot. I mean, there were 15 people moving in and out. I also will remember Mrs. Vasiliou's input coming to support the team, flying over for the long weekends when her husband was working there. So Cyprus was commended. The aspirations were very, very high prior to 2024. It was 2001 and I'll share a bit of my learning in understanding multi-stakeholder trade-offs. When then the Greek government decided to bring expert teams into the foreign ministry and the government to assist
Εκείνο που
in
θα μου
helping
μείνει αξέχαστο
getting
ήταν
Greece's
οι
voice
negotiations
heard.
που
And
έγιναν
it was at
στην
the time
Κοπεχάγη
pictured
την τελευταία
it was the
στιγμή.
end of the Balkan conflict towards the early 2000s. Greece had to prepare for its presidency of the EU for 2003, and the world was changing again. So Greece had to understand, we had visionary leadership, Kostas Simitis, George Papandreou, and a lot of the technocrats at the foreign ministry. As the world was changing, a new treaty had come in of how the institutions were working. They wanted to understand, and that was my job, they wanted to understand the competencies. What would make a good member state versus a not effective member state? What does it mean to have a presidency of the EU from a large member state to a small member state? What are the competencies? But also get Greece's voice heard. The Americans, the Poles, the French, the Germans were very determined in shaping the agenda. How could a small member state like Greece shape a different perspective? So that was my job, which meant I had to really deep dive and create a team of institutional experts like Professor Shailou, a team of communicators, a team of institutional practitioners to pull Greece into a very successful roadmap. But to me, it was an eye-opener of how multi-stakeholder diplomacy takes place. Cyprus was on the agenda, and the expectations were high. We're just before 2004, where everybody expected Cyprus to continue to be a first-star student, unite the country, and accede into the Union. But that didn't happen. We entered period 3, 2004 to today, where Cyprus is unique in Brussels. We are considered an exception for a couple of reasons that have already been mentioned. The first is that we remain a divided island. The second, we are the only isolated island or isolated country in the EU. Physically, we're not connected to the mainland, but intellectually and mentally, we are far away from what goes on in the mainland, in Europe. And the acquis, the third exception, the rule of Europe, rules of Europe, apply to some of the island because 30% of its territory does not apply the acquis. But the exception is only in the mindset. We are an exception. We feel constantly, Cypriots, and I'll go in a minute to what Cypriots state on Eurostat, on the European Agency of Statistics. They state that they feel themselves far away from Europe. In Eurostat data, Cypriots say that they first relate to their village, then to the town where they live, and third, only a 57% relates to Europe, which goes to show, and I commend the teachers from Paphos today, that it takes a big effort to instill in schools from early age to high school a Europe lesson. How do we build a European identity if we don't teach what Europe stands for, and if we don't encourage the European spirit from young age? So, a few observations as living and working abroad and working across many regions. I had the luck or the perseverance to work across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. how I see and how I feel when I work in Cyprus. I think we take policy reactively. We take what comes from Brussels, but we don't go and claim a voice and share in Brussels our own unique perspective from this border of Europe. We are Europe's southeastern border. We have experience in this part of the world. We don't go and claim our experience and voice and say, this is how we think we should be looking at that from Brussels. We have a business community that is absent from Brussels. They only go to Brussels when they need something. We don't go to Brussels to prepare the ground and build networks and relationships on which we can have collaborative ideas about what is possible. We think about what is not possible because of our division and because what keeps us apart, not what keeps us together, not what brings us together. And that has a cost. Mrs. Vasiliou talked about the political and the institutional cost. It has the cost of not doing things in its full potential, politically and economically. So if we calculate what the opportunity would have been for a united island being part of an enlarged market like Europe, politically and economically, we would have been in a different place today. So that carries cost. Another interesting point about Cyprus is that, according to World Bank data, our trade is more with non-EU countries than with EU countries. So our main trade is on bunkers, which is shipping-related sector with countries like Liberia, British Virgin Islands, all the countries that have financial and corporate structures that are non-EU, but are tax-efficient structures. China, the UAE, and then comes Greece and the United Kingdom. So if we want to be more integrated in Europe, how do we shift our trade profile to do more business with our European partners? How can we invite our European partners to use Cyprus as their footprint into a wider region of Middle East and North Africa and beyond? So looking forward, Professor Shailou mentioned that we were net contributors. We were giving more than we were taking when we first joined. Now, with the economic crisis, the transition to green, the Green Deal, and climate change, we have demanded more support. We benefit from more support from Europe. Bold figures. From 2004 to 2020, the Republic of Cyprus just received close to 2 billion euros with a combined portfolio of infrastructure funds, fisheries funds, education funds, innovation funds. And equally, for the period that's coming, 2021 to 2027, just over another 2 billion euros. So over the period, 4 billion euros on a number of issues. The EU support to Turkish Cypriots, fellow Cypriots, from 2006 to 2012 is close to 1,900,000 million, and a new programmatic period equally the same. If I'm not mistaken, I looked at the Eurostat data. And that, to add the Erasmus program, the value that it brings to students, academics, there's a lot of value there. But what are we doing with it? Are we shifting our perspective? It seems not. Are we building growth? It seems. Are we integrated more into Europe? It seems not. In a recent EU barometer, Cypriots consider these 4 issues as key issues: migration, ensuring peace and stability, developing renewable energy, access to affordable housing, and access to jobs. Local issues but issues that are impacted by how Europe regulates. So how far do we take our concerns and possible solutions to give our voice value in Brussels? In 2026, let me set that as a milestone, Cyprus will be having its second EU presidency of the EU. A lot of work to be done for our political leadership, our civil servants, our students, our business people to prepare, because it's a great platform to advocate for what concerns us here. I will end with this. Our country is divided and remains divided. The world is changing. The region is changing. Mario Draghi, the former EU commissioner, but former Prime Minister of Italy, who has been
ECB
governor. Thank you. He was mandated to prepare a report of what it necessitates for Europe to be a dynamic continent. And he came up with three key issues. The first is sustainable competitiveness. So Europe needs to find an engine and energy to be competitive like China and America. Economic security, its internal market to function and integrate. And open strategic autonomy, how we collectively protect our borders. So it's a good essay for the school and a good food for thought for us as citizens, European and Cypriot citizens. How do we want Cyprus to address these issues and be part of the solutions going forward? How far do we want to be European and Cypriots will depend on how much we contribute to what's coming next. Thank you. Thank you.
Cleopatra, thank you for this wonderfully vibrant account of a first-hand account of things, but also for sharing a vision and perhaps the frustration from things that hopefully will lead us into constructive thinking. Let me turn to Professor Kiziliurek and Dianyazi. I'm glad that you sit next to the Commission, because it's not always that the Parliament sees eye to eye with the Commission. But it is a fact that nearly 80% of the daily lives of European citizens is regulated by laws passed by the European Parliament. If my understanding is correct, between 73 to 82%, depending on how you count it. But certainly a very large extent. So you partake in that. And so I'd like to bring you on with your multiple hats in asking you to do multiple things in an impossible time. Give us a perspective from the EU Parliament, the legislative perspective, your experience as someone who has run these important initiatives there, but vice versa also as a Cypriot, originally from the Turkish Cypriot community, and perhaps integrate a little bit of a view, if possible, on this perspective from both ways. The views and approaches of the Turkish Cypriot community vis-à-vis Brussels, but also Brussels' view and knowledge of the Turkish Cypriot community. I know that you have been struggling for years for even one initiative for the Turkish language and all that. That might have been frustrating or rewarding, depending. So let me turn to you, and if Cleopatra said about telling a story, then Niazi is the par excellence storyteller of the island. So please.
Thank you, Harry. Okay, before I come to my experience in the Parliament, allow me just to say a few words about the accession process of Cyprus, because this is a history of failure. First, we have to say this. In Cyprus applied 1990, was considered eligible 1993, and if you were saying to European member states that Cyprus will join EU as a divided country, no one would believe in this, no one would want this, and that's why the European Union had a clear strategy to get Cyprus united into the EU. This is a failure because of many, many different reasons. Okay? I will not go into this, but definitely, to my mind, the turning point is Helsinki summit, where EU had a double strategy, offering Turkey the candidate country potential, and Cyprus accession. Okay? From there onwards, until 2003 actually, we had two failures. First part was the Turkish diplomacy, refusing the proposed Annan Plan 2002, end of it, and 2003, so from Copenhagen to Hague period. That was Turkish no to Annan Plan. And then a year after came the Greek Cypriot no to the Annan Plan. And that was a failure for the EU. No one wanted to have this result, and we got stuck there. So we have something which we have to reconsider and discuss why we failed. We missed this historical opportunity to have a united federal state member of the European Union. Now, second thing I would remind, although we failed in this, the Treaty of Accession signed by the Republic of Cyprus in 2003, I think it was on the 16th of April in Athens, very clearly states that the accession to Cyprus, of Cyprus to EU should be beneficiary for all citizens of Cyprus. Do we have this? Put a question mark. I repeat, must be beneficiary for all citizens of Cyprus. Second very important aspect we ignore totally from the Treaty of Accession, that accession of Cyprus should contribute to internal peace and reconciliation in Cyprus. Two keywords, internal peace and reconciliation. Do we have anything like this? No. How we came to instrumentalize the EU as Cyprus for the solution of Cyprus conflict overshadowed actually this kind of initiatives, building reconciliation process within Ireland by being a member or using the membership of Cyprus for this scope. And I think here we failed, we Cypriots, all of us, we failed in doing so, because at the end of the day, EU has been used just to pressurize Turkey, so that we can have a, inverted commas, better solutions, and we don't have anything. And in the meantime, Turkey anymore is not even a member where we are with a clear perspective. So we cannot build upon EU-Turkish relations solution of the Cyprus conflict. So this famous, at that time, catalyst for solution, the EU accession was, I mean, we were hearing this every day, catalyst for solution, has failed absolutely. Now, in that sense, we have to revisit our membership to the EU. Now, EU will not pressurize Turkey to have a better solution. What can we do now with our membership identity of the European Union to really work for internal peace and reconciliation process? And here, I have to say, EU doesn't have any policy towards this direction. But nor the Cypriots themselves. And this is for me absolute failure, a second failure, which we have to consider. Now, given this, if we don't rethink to bring people of Cyprus together, for example, in this room we have classes from Polychrysokou, I'm glad to see, from Kalos İrthede. I would like to see next to them some Turkish Cypriot school here, for example, to be together. I have been in the committee, in the Parliament, in the Committee of Education and Culture. And I was dealing with Erasmus a lot, of course. But believe me, I mean, a Greek Cypriot student can be over all places in Erasmus program, but no contact to a Turkish Cypriot, or vice versa. Turkish Cypriots cannot benefit from Erasmus program unless they live in the under government's control areas. So yes, EU, after the accession, after the failure of reunification, we know that acquis communautaire doesn't apply in the non-under control of government areas. But I mean, in this Protocol 10, there is an Article 3 which clarifies very clearly that there should not be an obstacle for economic development of the Turkish Cypriot community, to bring Turkish Cypriot community closer to the EU. And here I open a parenthesis, Harry, and come back to your question. Cyprus accession talks to EU brought an upheaval in Turkish Cypriot community. It caused a rebellion, and masses of Turkish Cypriots demonstrated day and night against the separatist leader of Rauf Denktaş to join together with Greek Cypriots the EU. So in that sense, EU really worked within the Turkish Cypriot community. No one would imagine that Rauf Denktaş would be removed from political life before. This is done by the EU accession of Cyprus and the dynamism which was created within Turkish Cypriot community. So the desire of Turkish Cypriots to be part of the European Union, it was very strong, and historically Turkish Cypriots consider themselves European, given that there is a secular community. They have been under influence of Kemalist Turkey, being secular, pro-European, European themselves. So there is many reasons for this. Now, this community failed to be full member of the EU, of course, and there are some bits and pieces, rights decided for this Turkish Cypriot community. One of them is Green Line regulation. Is it functioning properly? No. I asked the Commission with my letter, what about the functioning of the Green Line regulation? Answer is no, it doesn't function properly. There is a financial aid to Turkish Cypriots. Okay. But overall, how can we go back to the founding principles of the European Union, going to the founding fathers and mothers, to understand what is the mindset behind the European Union? It is to bring people into interdependent relations in the spaces of economy, trade, education. Now, do we consider this? Not at all. So there is, I'm sorry to say, after 20 years, we are in a very difficult position. I think there is no policy of reunification anymore. We don't really evaluate properly our membership into the EU, and we never try to bring some EU principles, founding principles. You know, it's very interesting to see all politicians speaking about solution of Cyprus conflict, and it goes like UN resolutions and the principles of the EU should be. Principles of the EU is defined by Jean Monnet, by Schuman, by Spinelli. I mean, these are the principles which brings people together, makes peace and reconciliation, creating this kind of common economic spaces. I struggled to get a common hospital, for example. I was promoting the idea during, for example, the COVID. No one pays attention to that. A common university, a common school, where are all these things? And no one even talks about this. So I struggled, Harry, as 5 years as a member of the Committee of Education and Culture, trying to get this thing closer. And what I experienced, I'm going to share with you. My engagement to bring Turkish Cypriots to more close to the EU was not a Turkish Cypriot affiliation. I did this under my political ideology of a federalist, mainly because so you build a federal perspective. So what I experienced very clearly was, on the one hand, Republic of Cyprus was not interested into this. Not to say that sometimes directly was involving in stopping any perspective, because of recognition issue, which I call recognition phobia. And on the other hand, I was challenged by Turkey, and Turkish Cypriot separatist leader who doesn't want Turkish Cypriots to come closer to the EU. And these extremes, they meet at the same point. So we need, after 20 years, reconsider how to move on in trying to create a reconciled European society in Cyprus, implementing principles, understandings, and values in deeper sense, not in a formalistic way, and try to go ahead, because instrumentalizing the EU to exercise pressure upon Turkey and hoping for a better solution, which is, by the way, the doctrine of late Tassos Papadopoulos when he invited Greek Cypriots to vote against Annan Plan in 2004. He was suggesting that we're going to pressurize Turkey on the way to the EU and we're going to get a better solution. That has been a state doctrine since then, and it doesn't bring anything. This all should be revisited. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Niazi, for this very candid account of things. I'm cognizant of the time. To my great disappointment, it seems that we won't really have time for questions. To my great consolation, so much wisdom here, I think, is food for thought for all of us in taking things forward. If you couldn't make it, then I wish you all the best with any potential frustration you might have with people who succeeded you or are about to succeed you in the organs. Yes, hopefully we need to hope for the better. It is my sincere hope that Cyprus will, taking the lead from what you were saying, will start partaking in the grander European debates. Utilitarianism remains with me from what you have talked about. It's understandable for perhaps a smaller member state at the outskirts of Europe, but on the other hand, I think this is something that does come up from time to time to Brussels when we ask for things. We're asked back, and what has your contribution been to the grander European debates? And I'm afraid that this is something that we haven't necessarily been very successful with. With that, may I kindly ask you in joining me in thanking the panel for the wonderful contributions, and thank you for attending. I think we have another panel coming up, so with that, thanks again to the organizers.
Yeah.
Πάμε να σας συστήσω αν είναι ακόμα εδώ.
Συζήτηση. Αλλά είπαμε με τον Νικόλα επειδή μπορεί να έχει με λίγο παραπάνω και το διάλειμμα μετά δεν πρέπει να πάει ας πούμε 15 ακόμα.
Ναι, εντάξει. Πάντως τελειώσαν πριν την ώρα τους.
Ναι, παραξέραμε.
Οπότε η ώρα μια να αρκεψούμε και να κλείσουμε και την πόρτα. Γιατί γίνεται θόρυβος και για το live streaming.
Επικοινωνήσετε μαζί μου να μπει.
Όχι.
Εντάξει, στείλα το εγώ email το πρωί να μου δω κοιλιά στοιχεία ποιος είναι έτσι ώρα να μου είναι και μου απαντήσεις.
Ας ελπίσουμε ότι να μπει εντζέσεις στο τηλέφωνο του.
Μόνο το email.
Ούτε εγώ το έχω.
Ναι, τώρα.
Τώρα πάω να μιλήσω και λέμε τα παιδιά. Εμπήκε.
Ας πω, επειδή είναι conversation, ας πούμε, νομίζω να κάνουμε. Αν ήταν με το κοινό, ίσως.
Να πιάσω τα ποτήρια.
rights situation in Palestine and the state's obligations.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining this panel. In 3 days we will...
A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus
Hello everyone, welcome to this session. We are 3 days removed from the completion of 1 year since the start of one of the worst, if not the worst, humanitarian crisis of our days. And today we have together with us Taksin Elayan, who is a Palestinian human rights defender and a legal researcher of the Palestinian human rights organization Al-Haq in Ramallah, West Bank, to discuss the context and content of this humanitarian crisis, and also the international communities and the state's obligations with addressing and responding to this crisis. So I don't have a picture of Taksin at the moment. Taksin, can you hear us? I cannot hear you just yet. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you too. We will begin the discussion today. We don't have a lot of time, and a lot of time is required to discuss extensively what is happening and what should be happening as a response. But we will try to make the most of the available time. I would like to begin by asking you about the situation on the ground and how the current situation has been now nearing 1 year of violence, and right from the start of it, there have been significant human rights violations. So my question is that, can you give us an overview of the human rights situation in the Gaza Strip specifically, and also how that relates, focusing on its impact on civilian lives and civilian infrastructure.
Yes, sure. Thank you first for having me to speak to you today. And I can say that the situation in the Gaza Strip is extremely dire on all levels. Since the 7th of October 2023, at least 41,000 Palestinians have been killed and about 100,000 have been injured. The killed people include about 17,000 children and women, and many of those who have been killed also include civil defense workers and healthcare workers. Palestinians in the north of Gaza Strip especially have been starved upon express Israeli decisions, meaning that the Israeli government has taken the decisions in order to starve people, and many of these people have died as a result of the starvation, apart from those who have been killed by the bombing. Most of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have been forcibly displaced. We can say that about 90% are forced to concentrate within a very small area known as Al-Mawasi area near Khan Yunis. Most of the Gaza Strip also has been destroyed or damaged. Facilities damaged or destroyed include houses, hospitals, bakeries, schools, universities, mosques, churches, water wells, electricity, and water desalination plants. Let me give you some statistical indicators about this. 31 out of 36 hospitals that have been working in Gaza, or that had been working in Gaza, have been destroyed or damaged since the 7th of October, meaning that the only remaining hospitals that are functioning at partially are only 5 hospitals. 5 hospitals will serve about 2.3 people in Gaza. Over 90% of schools have been destroyed, meaning that 290 schools out of 309 schools have been destroyed. All the universities in the Gaza Strip have also been the target of Israeli attacks. 88% of what and 100% of the desalination plants have been damaged or destroyed. More than 500 healthcare workers have been killed. Access of food and fuel is extremely restricted and limited, which has affected the few hospitals which are still partially functioning in the Gaza Strip. Many diseases have spread due to lack of sanitation services and lack of vaccines. Polio is back in Gaza, for example. This is one of the diseases that are now present in the Gaza Strip due to Israeli practices. Of course, the West Bank is also suffering. More than 700 Palestinians have been killed since that time. Land confiscation has increased. Settlement activity or settlement construction and expansion has also increased. Arrests and torture has increased. All of these practices have increased in the West Bank. But because of the focus is on the Gaza Strip since the 7th of October, not too much attention is given to what's happening in the West Bank, in spite of the fact that it is extremely dangerous what's happening here in the West Bank. And if you go to the north of the West Bank, you will see that it is almost the same as what is happening in Gaza. Destruction is immense, and people are killed in dozens every day. This is just a general overview of the situation.
Thank you, Taksim. And I think it's worthwhile to note that beyond the immediate suffering that is being inflicted, it's also the case that we are looking at long-term humanitarian crisis, because what we are talking about is destruction of infrastructure, and there are obviously this to be considered. I would like to move the discussion also to the human rights question. And I wanted to ask you, what are the challenges in applying human rights law in the area, beginning from recording and reporting incidents of human rights violation, and how is that more difficult to do in the current situation?
Yeah, in fact, as I mentioned, that thousands of people have been killed and about 100,000 people have been injured. Out of these people who have been injured, tens of thousands, more than 25,000 people have sustained life-changing injuries. They will live with disabilities, and they require rehabilitation services now and later in their life. And as a result of the killings of thousands of Palestinians, thousands of children have become orphan, and their future, the future of these orphan children, is blurred. They may deviate, and you do not know, and you cannot expect how they will continue their life under such circumstances. Post-traumatic stress disorder is also present there, and you do not know how these people, when they discover, especially those who will discover that they are the only ones who are still alive, and that all of their family members have been killed. It's not easy to imagine yourself living alone without your family. I do not know how these people will continue to live a normal life. Facilities that provide basic life needs have been destroyed, as I mentioned. And when people who have been forcibly displaced from the north to the south, if they can return to the south, they will not find any school to study. Their children will not find these schools no more. Of course, they will not their homes. They will not find their houses. They will not find schools. They will not find any proper hospital. They will not find universities. They will not find water. They will not find any food or any proper life standards in order to continue to live there. In short, they will not be, there will not be many options before most of the people. And of course, I can say that this is part, or it supports the genocidal efforts that is committed by the state of Israel. It's not, I mean, these crimes and these criminal acts are not isolated. They complement each other in order to ensure us that genocide is being committed in the Gaza Strip.
So, as I understand, then the impact of what is happening, it cannot be easily measured, and the negative effect it will have for generations of the Palestinian people. I would like also to, if we could say a few words about the legal dimension of the matter, and more specifically, the responsibilities of the international community, of states, but also international organizations to address this humanitarian crisis. And I wanted to ask, to what extent are these obligations currently being fulfilled or neglected by the international community?
In fact, these obligations have not been fulfilled. But let me first speak about these obligations. Crimes being committed in the Gaza Strip give rise to legal obligations on third states based on different legal frameworks. The International Court of Justice has concluded that genocide is plausible in the Gaza Strip. And under the Genocide Convention itself, there are obligations upon states
parties or state parties. This obligation has been explained as follows by the ICJ, or the International Court of Justice. I will just now quote. All the states parties to the Geneva, or to the convention, not the Geneva Convention, the Genocide Convention, have a common interest to ensure the prevention, suppression, and punishment of genocide by committing themselves to fulfilling the obligations contained in the convention. Such a common interest implies that the obligations in question are owed by any state party to all other state parties to the relevant of the convention. They are obligations erga omnes, in the sense that each state party has an interest in compliance with them in any given case. This means that all states, not only Israel, all states parties to the convention have a legal obligation in order to act to protect Palestinians and to prevent this crime, meaning the genocide. This is not the only obligation. This is not the only source of obligation. When it comes to violations of international humanitarian law, Common Article 1 of the 4 Geneva Conventions states that the parties to the convention undertake to respect and ensure respect for the present convention in all circumstances. If this provision is read together with Articles 146 and 147 of the 4 Geneva Convention, which states that states parties must hold perpetrators of grave violations accountable for these violations, we can see that there is another source of obligation which has not also been fulfilled so far. We cannot see that this obligation has been fulfilled. And even with the most recent advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, the court dealt with or concluded that Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is illegal and must come to an end. And the violation of the right to self-determination classifies as erga omnes, exactly like genocide, meaning that all states must act in order to end Israel's occupation. But unfortunately, so far we have not seen any state acting in order to end Israel's occupation and Israel's violations of international law.
Thank you. And I would like to conclude our session, our conversation, by asking you, first of all, what can be done right now? What would be the immediate measures that could or should be taken by authorities that represent international law to at least mitigate the situation, if not stop it entirely? And secondly, I wanted to also inquire as to what does the violence in Palestine tell us, or what does it mean in terms of international law in general, about its applicability, about its effectiveness, and is this creating a very dangerous precedent about international law, and whether it's effective to stop episodes of protracted episodes of violence, such as the one we are observing happening for the last year in Palestine?
Thank you for this question. It is very important to say something about this. And if I want to speak about the immediate action, the most important thing to be done by states now is to put pressure on Israel to stop its crimes. And this can be done immediately by the imposition of economic sanctions on Israel, imposition of arms embargo on Israel, cooperate with the ICC instead of sending threats to its officials and organizations that cooperate with it. They must cooperate with it. States must also support South Africa's efforts before the International Court of Justice, instead of just arguing that the court does not have jurisdiction or what's happening is not genocide. They have to cooperate with the court. And in the long run, let me say that over the long years of Israel's settler colonial practices in Palestine, there have been many peace proposals and initiatives. All of these initiatives have ignored international law and rights of the Palestinian people, especially or chiefly the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, which in the Palestinian context entails the right of Palestinian refugees to return to their land, to the land from which they had been forcibly displaced in 1948, 1967. All of these initiatives, unfortunately, have failed. This is because they have ignored international law, and this necessitates that any future effort must be based on rights-based approach rather than pure political approaches. And if we continue, and if they do not take this into consideration, the international community will continue to fail. And faith of the Palestinians in all of the international legal system will continue to fade, because Palestinians now can see that there are double standards, there is no political will, and apparently some blood is more precious than other people's blood. The Palestinians are being killed on a daily basis for 75 years. Nobody has noticed this, unfortunately. Within the larger picture, I do not mean that states have not given support to Palestine, financial support, but this is not all of the story. The story is about international law, international system that protects everybody, not only the Palestinians. And these days, the Palestinians are not only defending themselves, they are defending the rights of all of the states. They are defending the rights of all people. They are defending the values upon which international law is based. If Palestinians continue to be slaughtered every day and international law is not applied, it's not the Palestinians who will only lose. All of us, everybody, including people present in this room and including states who defend Israel's practices, will definitely lose.
Thank you very, very much, Taksim. I don't know if you want to say anything else and to conclude the session, but it was great to have you here to give us your insights and again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for attending, and I think now we have a break. So.
Thank you. I leave now?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, we are now done.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's good to be here in Ledra Palace Hotel. It's a historical place, especially for me, I should say, because this is the first time I have ever seen a Greek Cypriot in flesh 29 years ago, and I was 20 years old at that time, and now we are here again, and we are here with a specific topic. It is titled as Cyprus as a service-based digitalized economy in the 21st century. And, but of course, we are hoping to have this vision in our hand that one day we'll be discussing everything about Cyprus as a unified country. So this is why we have Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots and international experts to discuss this topic, and hopefully with a vision towards the future. My name is Kemal Baykallı. I am the Green Line trade expert at EU-funded EU One-Stop Shop project, which aims to support the Green Line trade between the two communities. And here I have very special guests. I'll just introduce them to you very briefly. And then after, we are going to have 5 minutes of the first intervention from each and every speaker. And then very quickly we'll go for a second round of 1 or 2 minutes of response time. And then we are hoping to open the floor for discussion after that. So our panels on my right, I have Anneli Kutstal, and she's the Program Manager, Southern Europe, World Bank Group. And this is the second time she's here in Cyprus, and I think you are also overseeing Cyprus as a part of your portfolio. And again on my right, Professor Dr. Mustafa Besim, whom I had to work in the past on the competitiveness of the Turkish Cypriot economy. He's a professor at the Eastern Mediterranean University. And to my left, I have, again, a good friend in Cyprus. Everybody knows everybody, you can imagine. Ali Tüzünkan, he's an entrepreneur, and he's the director of the biggest HR website in the northern part of the island. And he's a process architect. Maybe you can also explain what it means to us. Last but definitely not least, Mihalis Strutots, and he's also an experienced entrepreneur and technologist who studied economics and computer science, and I think he's been working in this field for a long time so that he can have enough experience to tell us what it means when we are talking about digital goals and digitalization and how it will affect the service-based economy. Very briefly, the European Union has passed this decision to establish a policy framework for the digital decade 2030. Basically, it's a program. It aims to turn Europe a more competitive economy based on the digital targets. And there are certain principles, such as the people should be at the center, and there should be solidarity and inclusion there, and then there should be a freedom of choice when it comes to digital targets. It should be participatory, it should include safety and security, and it should be sustainable and should take into consideration a green transition. So I don't want to take a lot of everyone's time. So there are specific targets when it comes to making sure that Cyprus is meeting those goals. But I think it's also important to talk about how the situation generally in the world, if we have some good examples, and I think this means I'll just pass the baton to you, Anneli, to tell us maybe what it means and how will digitalization help the service-based economy, and also maybe you can give us some basic good practices as an example, and so that we can start the round, please.
Great. So thanks, Kemal, and thanks everyone for being here. So my name is Anneli. I work at the World Bank Group. I'm based in Brussels, and indeed my second time in Cyprus. I'm very excited. I'm also excited to be at the Cyprus Forum, especially since I saw this morning the undertitle of this year's Cyprus Forum, Learn More Together, and I thought I'm exactly at the right place this time around. So thanks to the European Commission for hosting this specific panel. It's our key partner here in Cyprus we work with. The topic of today's panel, I think, is highly relevant because my understanding is that 75% of Cyprus GDP is based on services, and 70% of the workforce accounts for services as well. So it's a topic definitely not to be underestimated in importance. The digital angle of this, the digital agenda itself, is also extremely important. It's a huge opportunity, as we all know. But at the same time, it's a large concern if we increase the digital divide. So at the World Bank Group, we work for people, for prosperity, and for a better and more sustainable planet. And in this respect, supporting the digital agenda, not just in developed countries, but also in developing countries or in countries that are lagging on digital indicators or on other human development indicators, is very, very important. So I'm not a technical expert on this, but my colleagues in Washington have published a report not so long ago, which I would like to present to you briefly for an understanding. And I learned a lot, and I would absolutely recommend all of you to take a look at this report called At Your Service, the Promise of Services-Led Development, which digs also very much into the question of technology. So my colleagues propose what they call the 4 T's framework for policy. And the first one relates to the T for trade, expanding digital services trade, looking how digital platforms cross-border can provide solutions towards economic integration. And when you talk about services trade, you also think firstly of regulations. Reducing regulatory barriers, my colleagues argue, is especially important to facilitate the trade in services. And particularly they point out in finance, in telecom, and professional services. Another important point on facilitating digital commerce would lie around simplifying the customs cross-border, so better to help better SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, to engage in e-commerce, for instance. And then the last point under trade is regional cooperation for more harmonized regulations. We'll come in a minute to how this relates to Cyprus as well. The second T is for technology, powering growth and reducing inequality. So specifically technology can help countries that are isolated geographically or that have physical barriers. So also in the case of Cyprus, given its location, it's important to focus on technology. The third T is for training, empowering a digitally skilled workforce by investing more in digital literacy and AI skills. Specifically on AI, I think this is such a new topic. There's very little knowledge about it. But personally, my daily experience is that it changes your life. So especially when you think about those that are using technology and digital services, it's important to also consider the huge potential that AI will have for us. So the fourth T is about targeting. So this is about fostering innovation in key sectors. The report I mentioned points out digital finance, e-governance, and health. Annual growth rates are up by 3% for countries that specifically focus on those sectors. So it's really about prioritization of sectors for a country to invest in. So here is a few thoughts based on the report on how this all relates to the Greek and Turkish Cypriot economies. First of all, infrastructure investments. Imagine broadband, internet access. If it's not equal, your opportunities to engage in digital or take advantage of the digital platforms is obviously also not equal. So importantly, to have infrastructure investments on all sides of the island. Second is about harmonizing regulations and improving the business environment. It is complex, as I understand, Green Line regulation does not regulate services. We understand also that a potential digital trade cooperation will not be under WTO rules yet. There is this current space which needs to be addressed on the shorter term for businesses to be able to connect and thrive. An intermediate step in this regard could be cross-community data sharing protocols, something less formal, hoping for a longer-term solution as well. At the same time, talking about regulations, it's important that both sides keep on improving their business environment, because an unequal business environment will also lead to problems around competitiveness, and it's really important that this is happening in parallel as those discussions on regulations progress. Third point is about integrated payment systems. I think that everyone here in this room knows about it. I think this is a clear case, and we won't spend too much time on it. And finally, digital literacy programs, very important for job opportunities on both sides of the island, and making sure that we are bridging the skills gap moving forward. So there is a fifth T, which is not on my slides, which I think is important to point out, which is the T for trust. So economics is all about trust, as we know. If I give you a piece of paper, you trust that it's worth 100 euros or 1,000 lira, and this is all based on trust. So it's a chicken and egg question. What was there first, the trust or the economic relations? But I definitely believe that economic relations will lead to greater trust and vice versa. So I want to add the fifth D as well. Thank you, and I'm handing back to you, Kemal.
Thank you so very much. I heard many things, especially you spoke about the digital divide. In the case of Cyprus, unfortunately, I think technology is making things even more difficult than easier. It used to be because it was easier in the past, people finding ways, especially with the trade and with the, payment systems, the divide is getting bigger. Professor Besim in the past has taken part in the talks in the solution of the Cyprus problem. And maybe you can also help us within this framework. What is the state of play in the Turkish Cypriot economy, and how prepared the Turkish Cypriots are for this eventual, let's say, a unity of the economy and the technology, and how possible to bring this gap closer?
Thank you, Kemal, and thanks to Cyprus Forum for inviting me for this event. Obviously, Turkish Cypriot economy, similar to the other part of the island, is a service-based economy, and as we heard some numbers, the share of the services sector in the Turkish Cypriot economy is quite similar, like 73% of the GDP is based on services, with quite a significant size of public sector as well. Covering nearly 24%. And as you said, the labor force is also quite significant there. We're talking about 76%. So in a way, if this digitalization can be kind of adapted, not only by individuals but also businesses, as well as the public administration, I think Turkish Cypriot economy, a service-based economy, would be one of the best beneficiaries of such developments. Now, in the case of where we are, when I look around to see what statistics we have this publication of the Information Technologies and Communication Authority that produces some statistics. But in addition to that, in the previous competitiveness reports that we have carried out, we have also some indications for that. And when we look at that, under the third pillar, which is about the ICT adoption, in that respect, Turkish Cypriot economy is not that bad, I mean, relative to where it stands in ranking. And for example, it ranks 33rd among 141 countries with the use of mobile telephones, broadband subscription, internet subscription, and fiber internet subscription, which is the worst area. It is not performing very bad, I mean, relative to other competitiveness indicators. So in that respect, what we see here is that actually individuals are quite capable, and businesses, to an extent that they can, are quite fast in adapting the IT and the technology and the digitalization. But it's just that the public administration or the administration does not really provide them the fertile environment to really expand as much as they can. For example, when you look at the fiber optic situation, it's quite bad. I mean, for example, with the digital subscriber line, DSL, it's 2.3%, but with the fiber, it's 0.03%. It's very low. So that's one of the fundamental problems. So basically, the status or where we are in terms of the digitalization on the private side, on the household side, we see quite a high level of adoption, but because the businesses do not have the means for being able to use it, they cannot really benefit from this digitalization in terms of increasing or enhancing their competitiveness. And we know that businesses are profit-seeking units, so they would try their best to use the technology and digitalization to minimize their costs, which will allow them to expand or improve their profits. So in a way, what we have in Turkish Cypriot economy is that private sector is kind of leading or like pushing the public administration to really do their work with regard to soft infrastructure, legal structure, regulations, as you mentioned, physical infrastructure. There's quite a problem with the physical infrastructure, as I mentioned. And when we look at the investment side of it, I mean, ICT investment, we don't have much statistics about those. What we only have is that there is about 20 million euros of revenues that is being generated by these internet providers and all that. But we don't have proper statistics on how much businesses make investments and how much governments make investment in regard to the digitalization or IT. And, you know, with regard to the digital content creation and consumption, we know that there is this 60.3% of mobile users consume more than 8 gigabytes of data monthly. Clouding computing, no statistics about those. So at the end of the day, I mean, the government, the administration does not have an agenda for digitalization. That's really the problem. And so because of that, they are not really, you know, thinking to have a budget for digitalization, whereas you look at the European Union and they spare 2 to 2.5% of their GDP for R&D and such things. So if you don't invest, how can you, create an environment for businesses to be able to function? So the first thing I think should be of the community, of the business chambers and the others to push the administration to really work on a strategic document so that they will really plan for it, make an assessment, what are the needs, and what kind of budget is needed. And I'm sure that there are ways of generating revenues, like this authority that I've been talking about, is the Information Technology and Communication, does have quite good revenues. So similar to those, they can find ways of raising funds, because it is not only, dealing with the irregularities and all that, but we also have skill gaps. And that's a significant problem, and it's not something easy that you can just, sort it out. So the education system in the North, we really need to, restructure it. Our curriculums has to be restructured in a way that we try to, we push our children or our youth to really work more on the science, technology, engineering, and those areas. So that takes quite a lot of time. We did a study for European Union on the skill gap for these scholarship programs that EU provides to the youth, and we learn from the businesses that we learn in general that digital literacy issue is a problem in the North, and we learn that there is a shortage of people, experts in IT, and there is a huge demand for those. So those are the areas that we really need to concentrate on, to have a strategic plan, to determine all the needs and make an assessment, and to really work on the education system so that we develop the right skills for our future, and so that we prepare our future for digitalization. Otherwise, we will not be benefiting from this digitalization of which we are a service-based economy, and we should be able to benefit from it more.
Thank you. Talking about the strategy, as a member state, Cyprus actually has a strategy because according to the European Union, each member state is expected to present a strategy about digitalization. And of course, we know that sometimes what is planned and what the reality on the ground can be different. And I'm sure there is nobody better than you are, Michael Michalis, to explain us what the situation on the ground. And Cyprus has been a member of the European Union and has gone through these processes. How do you see it? I mean, you know the story, and what is this situation at the moment?
So the situation currently, with the indexes that I've checked at least, is actually pretty good, as if we compare it with the Greek side and with the indexes that are currently happening right now. So basically, one important part is that on the DESI index, the Digital Economy and Social Index, Cyprus actually jumped from the 54th place to the 40th place recently. And this is actually something very important because it shows that there are great leaps happening right now in the digitalization of the economy, digitalizing of services, but that obviously doesn't mean that there are not multiple problems with it. So from my perspective, I see that, and I'm going to go from a little bit of the practical side rather than the theoretical side, because that's what that's the challenges that we are facing actually right now. The first thing that I see from businesses being digitalized is the cost of digitalization, the cost of changing their infrastructure. Obviously, that means the government as well. I mean, changing the infrastructure and providing a better infrastructure for the businesses and the people to use. So the cost of this change is vast. There are strides being happening right now on this, but still there is a very long way to go until things are changed. Like, let's say, moving services to the cloud, which provides major economies of scale if we do that. But this also has to do a little bit of the mindset of the companies as well and the government itself, because the government should be actually the first one to digitalize itself. If the government is not digitalized, then it cannot support it, it cannot sustain digitalization of the companies itself. And I'm going to go to a very minor detail, digital signatures. It happens everywhere. In Cyprus, you have to go physically sign and put a stamp that you can buy from the kiosk next door. Yes. So that's something that needs to happen. There are some minor steps happening right now. We have a digital signature which is very difficult to get and very difficult to sustain. Yeah, this is actually very important to happen. Also going back to the mindset. Digitalizing of businesses, and especially service businesses, is actually, again, having to do with the employees getting their mindsets changed in order to accept that change. So them to accept that I will not be working anymore with paper, I will be working with the digital services that I have, I will be inputting the information in a system where everybody can get their reporting automatically rather than having 5 people wasted in generating reports, and they can do better stuff. So it's this mindset that needs to change in the companies themselves, which this will happen when the management actually force that to happen, like the government will force the digitalization on itself. So on both sides, this is what I think needs to happen. But also, yes, having fewer people available to work in these aspects and to digitalize the services is something that we need to prepare for, and we need to work much harder on that. Is actually also bringing into STEAM more girls. Because right now, again, we have 20% of graduates being women in STEM rather than men. So we need to work much harder on that. We need to bring more girls into technology, into STEM in general. There are some minor steps being taken here, but still it's not good enough. Okay. We need to do more. So yeah, that will be a change that will happen through many years to come. It's not going to happen overnight, but we need to prepare more, we need to get better at it, and we need to start preparing more people actually to accept the digitalization so that this happens faster.
Thank you, Michalis. With this, I think we're wrapping the first round. Very quickly, Anneli, I think we also had some best examples that maybe you want to share with us in your sleeve, and
Great.
I'll let you do that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I actually have 2 examples.
Sorry.
No, really. No, it was very useful presentation.
Ali and I, we are very good friends actually. Sorry about that.
Okay.
No worries. You are actually.
I'm a good listener.
Yes. You are also running one of the biggest HR websites in the Turkish Cypriot community. Maybe let's start with this, which is. How do you see the skills and the demand and for digital skills, and how is it is especially in the Turkish Cypriot community? But I think when we are talking about digital skills, I think the expectations, the supply and the demand are not necessarily very different in various economies. So maybe you can start with this and then you share your perspective as somebody on the field.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
My pleasure.
All the previous speakers were mentioning very important points. Actually, I was so prepared to talk similar points, but I don't know what to add on those. But these are all details. Actually, when we see in an overall picture, at least in Turkish Cypriot administration, there is a very important thing, which it's my personal opinion, maybe it is not the right thing, but what I see, When the negotiation stops, all the motivations to develop goes away. So maybe 7 years, we don't have any motivation. So we are just losing all the skills we have, all the motivations we have, all the in that finance we have. We are just spending it in a very random way. Sometimes we do something, we are investing in construction businesses, and then suddenly we make a regulation change and we destroy it in a year after. Sometimes we are creating an e-government projects, and then a year after we gave it to a Turkish company, doesn't know anything about Turkish Cypriot society at all, and they are just ruining the money and the time.
Ali, why do you think that the Turkish Cypriots do not embrace such plans and developments when the talks are not in, at the background?
Because they don't see where it goes, and they see that we are not managing our own side on our own votes, actually, maybe. But it is very obvious, it is very apparent. One of my close friends who was teaching in a very respected university in Northern Cyprus, he was a professor and he was a really good lecturer. He quit from the university and he got the government job in a high school. And this shows that on the workforce side, why did they choose the government job? Because they're getting more money, they're working less, they have doesn't any accountability, they don't need to have any accountability, and they have a work guarantee. They see a future and they have a time for their hobbies, for their kids, for their family, for doing nothing, whatever they want to do, and they just do nothing. So it is not active income actually, it is passive income. So it's being rich, So without doing anything that you are responsible, you are earning a good money. And with the Metcans thing, our minimum wage is more than south side. Our wage of our ministers is more than southern part. And so why do they want to have some digital skills, developments, and those kind of stuff in the private sector? And so, as soon as possible, you need to get a government job and get your life guarantee. And then, if you have time and will and motivation still, so you can do something else. Nobody cares about it. So what they do is they work in the government and they do government jobs with a commercial company, and they are doing the commercial projects while they are working in the government office. And they all know about this, and these are complete nonsense. So without accepting what it is right now, I think we are not going to be able to do better than this, because we didn't make a decision to make better things.
Is there a demand for such skill work by the companies?
Of course there is. Of course there is. Of course, with the private sectors, with the private, of course there is a demand. But when we look at the workforce side, they don't want to work in the private sector. They want to work in the public sector because they are not working in the public sector and they are earning more. So if there is an opportunity to work less and earn more and more guarantee, why do you need to make skills to work in the private sector? There is no motivation about that thing. So these are completely true. So when we look at the workforce, okay, there are more big portion of Turkish Cypriots which are actively looking for the government jobs. One of my close friends who is serving the best lunch meals in Nicosia, she is actively looking for a government job right now. I saw her yesterday, and she said that I'm going to talk to mayor of Nicosia to get a municipality job in Nicosia, because she is not being able to foresee the budgets and everything, and she's being tired of it. So this is completely practical truth what we are facing. Digital literacy programs. You know that. Can you consider a country that having more than 100,000 students in the universities, but there is not even one lifelong learning, highly qualified, quality teaching Word and Excel. I have never seen a good course that teaching Word and Excel, which private sector companies requires. Teaching pivots and everything. So they don't know pivots. So actually we are moving worse on digital literacy anymore, because right now what people are happy with is WhatsApp. So even we are losing our email skills as well. So instead of making a development, we are going worse. And sorry, these might be controversial, but these are really practical truths of our Turkish Cypriot administration. We need to make a decision to make our island better. Okay. I think we have really important need for the negotiations in order to have a motivation, because in other case, I don't see any motivation on myself as well. We are just living.
Thank you very much for sharing your frustration and experience as well. I think it's important to look at things as they are at the moment.
Without motivation, yes, we cannot do anything.
But again, maybe we talk a little bit about the best practices, so maybe that will motivate us and see where we'll go.
Yeah, thank you. So I hear your frustration too, and I can see that. And I hope I can bring two examples. One is an example of a country which has taken some decisions to go one way, and another one is a much more practical example of a group of people like you and I, exactly, that do something. So Bulgaria is, so let me start with the question of skills, actually, which we have been discussing, the demand for digital skills. So I did some research on this and found some studies by McKinsey saying that 87% of firms that they interviewed say that they are currently experiencing or expect to experience very soon skills gaps in their IT teams, 87%. And then 4 out of 5 employers report having difficulty finding suitable IT staff. And 55% of those that are struggling are willing to bring in those skills from abroad or use the skills abroad without the need for having them physically in country. So Bulgaria is a very popular outsourcing destination. I've worked with the country for a couple of years now. Even the World Bank has a shared services center there of 200 people that are working on IT services. And why? So for a couple of reasons. Reasonable cost versus quality. If you compare Bulgaria salaries versus US salaries, you have 60% savings. Quality is still good, people speak languages, so you have a win-win situation. Second, the scalable supply of a talented pool of staff, of people. So is the country able to provide not just 10, but 100 or 500 software engineers? In the US, I believe there's 90,000 vacancies for software engineers. So if you're looking to go abroad, there is a market. Third is location and time zone convenience. So location is not necessarily physical location, but where are you in time zone? It can be very helpful. Also, the World Bank, for instance, we have our offices in India. So if, for instance, during my morning, I call someone, it's in the afternoon in India. So you can also, therefore, be 24...
Have their coffees already, so...
24 hours, exactly, 24 hours available a day. Fourth is the cultural similarities. This helps a lot in terms of providing quality to clients. And then fifth is the business environment conducive to establish IT hubs? So obviously Bulgaria is creating a conducive business environment so that companies are keen to start up. This obviously needs to happen more in Cyprus, from what I hear. The other example I want to give is in Gaza. It's a project the World Bank supported, started in 2015. It's called the G Gateway. I really encourage everyone to take a look at what they do online. It's a women-led IT outsourcing business. It started small, and they're pretty sizable now. Over a period of 10 years, they've trained over 1,000 young people and women specifically to become more active in the IT world. And we've learned a couple of lessons from them. So their biggest success is what I mentioned, the empowerment of women and youth. And the second important success is that they were able to engage with clients globally. So they went out and they got some clients far overseas that are using this business up to today. So how they did it is partly through partnerships with the World Bank and the UN, and this was important because they did experience the challenge of being isolated and of perceptions that was not always easy for them to get market access. Another challenge, of course, was the sheer fact that they were operating in Gaza itself with electricity challenges, with mobility challenges, and with overall isolation. How they solved it was through a sort of hybrid approach. They had both physical space, where there was electricity guaranteed in infrastructure, and they were working with freelance colleagues within the country. Important here to mention also, as we discussed, the low female labor force participation in TCC specifically, that when considering a strategy on digital, it's important to, from the very first steps, integrate also the gender aspects. So please do take a look, and also feel free, anyone, to reach out if there's any questions or if you want to be in touch with this incredible group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Besim, do you see the chance of a convergence in this current situation, or would you like to also respond some of the interventions here?
Well, I mean, obviously, because of the political problem for so long, and also because of the initiatives for like confidence building measures and other EU adoption of acquis communautaire and all that, has not really been very successful to the extent that we really desired and hoped in 2004 and 2005. There is quite a divide, unfortunately, and there is also quite a divide within the infrastructure side of the two sides. So I think if there is a will, you know, both communities can benefit from their successful stories. I mean, there was a mention of some success stories. In the north, we also have some not very successful, but some success stories, like the digital signatory issue, which is not quite complete, but it is, you know, at least in the public administration, it is being used within this ABIS system. My university actually also uses that system we are within that framework as well. We recently shifted to that regime, which saves us a lot of paper, and it is quite fast and efficient. So we also know, for example, that the trade unit department gives import permits online, which I think is quite a time saving for importers in the north. You don't need to go to the offices and, you know, present papers. You can online make applications and get the permits. We also know that Chamber of Engineers, Ali can correct me, they also have a digital system where if you are importing something, electrical devices, equipment, or electromechanical devices, they can give you, you know, online or via internet permission to import it. So these are, and I'm sure there are other good examples. So we should maybe there are many more, especially in the private sector, that we don't know. So both communities can kind of exchange this. I see Mihailis mentioning the electronic signature issue. We probably have similar problems and all that, and think the way forward. Because, I mean, this IT, R&D, and such budgets we need a lot of budgets. We need a lot of money, and given our public finances and given our budgets, I think if we cooperate and if we spare budget together, maybe with the support of EU or other international FIs, then maybe we would be more successful. So why don't we have a bi-communal agenda for digitalization? I think this would be a very important issue, a confidence measure. And I would, I saw, I think Arno around, yes, there he is. I would also propose that since there are technical committees that are meeting for confidence building measures, maybe within the trade, finance and committee or a separate committee, there can be an agenda added for this issue where, you know, we can work together. We can, I know there are like recognition problems via the crossing borders and all those, but I am sure we can find common areas where these are not really obstacles and concentrate on those. For example, I see quite a significant opportunity in education and research. And we have universities, we may not be very successful, but academia can work together to really, you know, on this digitalization. Tourism sector is always there. Why don't we just think about an application like a Cyprus Bridge, you know, Cybridge application where tourism sector units, they can work together, which would help tourists to expose all parts of the island, you know, including the transportation, you know, roads, maps, and everything. So there are a lot of opportunities. I know there are significant barriers, and, you know, when you come to that point, you know, you just stop. But I think we should strive to find common areas that are not a problem politically, yes, and push for those. I mean, that should really be the objective. Otherwise, if we wait until we solve the Cyprus problem, we may be losing many things, and I understand what Ali is trying to put forward very well. So try to find common grounds where politics and this political problem and recognition are not an issue. Concentrate on those, and I'm sure this would greatly help to build confidence within communities.
Thank you. I take note of the bi-communal agenda for digitalization, something to think about. But not only for Cyprus, within Cyprus, but can Cyprus or is Cyprus an example to become very competitive internationally, regionally? Do you see among your clients that Cyprus is becoming a competitive digital hub for services? Mihalis.
We actually see that happening already. And I'm referring to actually the international companies that are actually right now bringing their headquarters to Cyprus, but not only for financial or tax purposes, but also they bring their people here.
Oh.
Like, just as an example, I'm gonna bring JetBrains, which is a multi-billion-dollar company, which moved their headquarters to Limassol and brought all of their people here. Actually, they work from Limassol right now. So you see this happening already, due to tax purposes, obviously, but also.
But of course, policy is part of this. So.
Policy is part of this, of course, but it's not only for the tax purposes, but also for the fact that they make it easy for.
Accessing.
The quality of life here in Cyprus obviously is much better than many countries around the world right now. So it's much easier to be here. Obviously, companies moved, a lot of companies moved due to the war with Russia and Ukraine. So this actually was, again, helped actually bring companies here, but this is happening. this is bringing people here. I would like actually to also refer to a couple of points from previously, where one point I would like to say is that where it goes to digital government, things are happening. Municipalities actually are working a lot right now in digitalizing their services, which is very good. They start digitalizing and removing paperwork from the equation. But a very important point which is helping by communal technology references, let's say, is an app that I'm proud to say that we've built actually. It's called Culture Connects. And it's the first app that includes content for both the northern side of Nicosia and the southern side of Nicosia.
Can we download it?
You can download it. It's 3 or 4 years old. I mean, it's not a new app. It was created by the Severis Foundation, and you can download it and get an audio guide which will help you actually walk in the walled city of Nicosia in either side, and it's available in 7 languages.
Take note, people, and check it out.
That's actually a very important project, I think, for this aspect, digitalizing tourism for both sides. So it was a very good opportunity that we got actually to work on that project. So yeah, things are happening there. In regards to the digitalization problem being relevant to actually the northern and the southern side, what I would like to say is that we don't really have any issues connecting digitally on both sides, and we don't have any communication issues with that. The only problem that we currently have with the digitalization is telecommunications. Which currently, if I call someone on the north, I'm gonna call Turkey, and I'm gonna call an international line. So that's a problem. That was very briefly solved for a few days back in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, when the organization that I'm a part of, Cypriot Enterprise Link, has run an international, has run a hackathon all around Cyprus. So we had a hackathon running in 5 cities all over Cyprus, and during that weekend, actually we convinced, and we worked with the UN obviously and the telecom providers, and we connected the cities by telecommunications over that weekend.
So if there is a will, then there is actually a way.
Yes. I think it's mostly political rather than technological anyway.
Yes.
So there is no issue there. And the last point that I would like to make is about the international teams that you referred to, Amelie. Actually, this is already happening, and I think COVID helped. I mean, with the negatives that COVID brought, it opened our minds to actually look for team building internationally. I mean, my company right now has half of its team in 7 countries. So even though we are 14 people, half of our team is actually in other countries in the world, in Europe, but also outside, in Egypt, in Malaysia, and many other countries. So yes, this is happening, and actually it brought us to focus on finding the right person anywhere, rather than trying to find within 1 million or 2 million that Cyprus is, the right person. So yes, this is actually helping a lot, and I think it's going to grow further and being used by many other companies.
We are running quietly out of time, but tell us something positive.
If there is a will, there is a way.
If there will be a solution, the possibility of the Turkish Cypriot businesses and the Turkish Cypriot graduates to catch up and then integrate and converge. Is it possible, or is it going to take a lot of time?
It is. Once you have a motivation, you can do everything. I lost 10 kilos in order to win a tennis match, so everyone can do anything. So it's
this is principle, but if you look at the facts on the ground, do you see it happening?
Of course there is. Of course there is. That's the problem actually. There are huge potentials, but we are just wasting time. That's my frustration, because once you don't see the potential, why do you need to frustrate?
All right. Okay.
That's the thing. Of course, there is a hope.
Thank you so very much. Just one or two very quick questions all together, and then we'll finish the session. Anybody wants to make a comment or question? Jan, please. Anybody microphone for?
It's okay.
It's okay?
I have a question for Michalis. It's very interesting that you mentioned the hackathon. I've never heard of that. But you said that the issue was solved. So I would be interested to hear a little bit more about that and why has it not sort of been spread to the public or the system, because this is, yes, a big issue. I mean, people cannot even, actually, if you have a Greek secret card, you go to the Turkish secret card. First it's blocked completely, and then you have to ask the operator to actually activate it, so they can activate, but you're paying roaming fees.
Thank you.
Exactly. So that's quite something interesting.
Yes. Another question or comment, then I'll give everybody the chance to respond. Anybody else? Yes, please.
I'm going to make a rhetorical question. It kind of links to the previous session that I participated in, which was human rights. I was talking about Gaza. We were talking about an IT-related digitalization issue. And Mr. Ali mentioned his point of view, and the professor is, and the lady from the World Bank. So the truth or the solution is somewhere between the three of you. And the question that I'm going to answer is that can human rights, can XYZ problem, can the problem of the be solved or resolved in a political vacuum?
Okay.
Vacuum, I mean, without taking politics into account. The answer is partially yes. So, to you, sir, we're all human beings, regardless if we live in the north or south. Okay? Give us a title, Cypriots. Okay? We have needs. In order to invest, we want to make money. So people will not invest if they don't foresee a return to investment. So somewhere between you three, the ideas I mean, there is a way forward.
Yes.
I also heard Michalis, what you said. I work in help a startup company that dealt with digitalization in the shipping industry. So converting manual logbooks, etc. Mindset, yes, was an issue. Money from the investor was an issue. But once they see the benefits, there are many ways to show these to the end user and to the person who's going to put his hand deep in his pocket. Everything is feasible. But the political issue of Cyprus needs to progress.
Yes.
And here, again, we can do so much. I'm Cypriot, okay? Ethnicity Greek. You are Cypriot, ethnicity Turkish, okay? It's not up to us. We need help from outside to resolve this.
Yes. Thank you so very much. Just to briefly, there was a question about the hackathon you were mentioning about how it was solved. And of course, there were beautiful remarks on the fact that, yes, there are things that can be done without the solution, but we need the political solution at the end of the day to be able to use our potential fully. Mihalis, very briefly, if you can respond to the first question.
So, yeah, that was a few months of discussions back then between SIDA, the UN, and the northern side telecommunications providers. We managed actually to, let's say, run a trial set of connecting the two systems back then for a weekend. It wasn't advertised, it wasn't brought to the public, but we could try it over that weekend and few people knew about it. So technically it's feasible to be done. What What needs to happen is to find a permanent solution and bring this to the people.
Thank you. Any other people want to say last 1, 2 things? Well, thank you so very much. I think before finalizing, from the last divided capital of Europe, the messages are very clear. Yes, there are difficulties. So the number one message that we want to give, there are very good examples from the world, but the Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots are actually ready to converge and to make Cyprus as one of the leading technology, digital service sector hubs of the region, and there is a big potential for this. And we are hoping that there will be political issues. However, the message is very clear, I think, to everybody. The potentials and our future and our vision for the future is far greater than the obstacles. So, and I think this is how we can maybe finalize. We need a better future for our people, for our businesses, for our children, for the next generation, to become a hub for services, a hub for technology, but also an example to the rest of the world in this very problematic area to become a hub for peace. So thank you very much for your participation. And thank you for all. For
So, hello everybody, welcome. We are delighted to be here today and privileged to, if I'm honest, with three young people, Maria, Eylül, and Christos. We hope to be able to have a casual conversation with you today to focus on the role of youth in peace building, the opportunities for youth in peace building, and also most importantly, your own initiative, United Youth of Cyprus, which you can see also on the screen. What we will do, sorry I didn't introduce myself, I am Maria and this is Erbay. So what we hope to be able to spend the next 45 minutes to an hour to talk about is a little bit more about your own personal journeys before you came together, a little bit about your initiative and some of your broader thoughts regarding youth in peace building. What are some of your thoughts about what challenges and what potentially you think needs to change in order to engage more youth? But I think let's start at the very beginning. So I'll give the floor to each of you to introduce yourselves a little bit. Maybe we can start with you, Maria. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about your journey before you met.
Mm-hmm.
How did you become interested in peace building? How did it happen?
Mm-hmm.
And what was it that brought you together with the group?
Okay. Well, hi, I'm Maria. I'm currently 18 years old, but my journey kind of started when I was even 13. I've always knew that I wanted to be active and a peace builder and to bring change, to help people. I've always loved and really cared about people and the issues that they face every day. The first time I ever got active in my own country was when I was 15. I had the opportunity to attend a short course online, and it was the first time I had the opportunity to meet someone that was from the north, teenagers that were from the north, like me. Before that course, I didn't really have that opportunity for obvious reasons. I'm from Limassol as well, and well, I'm far from the borders and the checkpoints, and we don't really get to interact with the other community. There, I actually met many of my friends. We're still friends now, and had the opportunity to create lifelong friendships. And I remember when I first met them and talked with them, I really wanted to talk about them, about peace and about our country, right? Because I didn't know that much about the North or what the youth of the North think, right? And I remember when I finally got the opportunity to finally ask them, ask one girl, if they want peace and unity, unification, and all that. And she said yes. I was so excited and happy. I remember I went to school the same day or the same week, and on my break I told my friend about it. Like, the youth from the North, they want peace and unification. Like, that's gonna happen, or else then we won again. My friend kind of told me, Maria, it's not that easy. It's more complicated than that. But I didn't get it at that point. I was like, well, if the youth of the North and the youth of the South want the same thing, they want peace, their unification, they want a better country for themselves, they want to be together, then why isn't that possible, right? Are we not the future? And that was, the first time I ever thought about that. And, carrying on, I attended other workshops, other short courses, had more and more opportunities to meet with people from the other side, and with people involved in bicommunal and intercommunal activities, and just peace builders. Home for Cooperation truly became my second home, and I'm really grateful for that. I'm really grateful for the people that I've met. I'm really grateful to be here. And our initiative started when we went to a short course in Belgium this summer as well. That's when we met. And yeah, I feel like I'm going to pass the stage to my friends and let them introduce themselves and talk about themselves as well.
Thank you, Maria. Hi, I'm Eylül. I'm 16 years old. I'm kind of too young. But my journey started 1 year ago when I first attended to UWC scholarship to study abroad. After that, the email came, and then I saw there's a short course about meet with international students, and I love this kind of things, and I wanted to see Europe and how people how people. So I actually didn't think that I would be the chosen one, and then one day a mail came and then it says like you're accepted, and I was screaming at the house and running and jumping. It was like it was the first experience that I kind of meet. So it was just like so great. And I'm so grateful to be here with them right now. I'm so glad that I met with them because it's a thing that it's the best thing that could happen to a person, in my opinion. So yeah, this is my journey.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Eylül. So hello everyone, my name is Christos Andreou. I am 17 years old. And I'm currently studying at Lyceum of Agios Georgios in Academia, where I'm in my final year. My journey in peace-building involvement started at a young age as well as you guys. And I have been deeply involved in both monocommunal and biocommunal initiatives, from participating in programs that foster dialogue between Greek and Turkish Cypriots. I quickly realized the power of bringing people together. I joined organizations like the Cyprus Youth Council, CFP, AHTR, and BWC, where we all met, where I actively participate and work to promote unity and understanding between the two communities. So the team and I came together because of this shared vision through a UWC EU scholarship, short course program that we participated in Belgium. We connected and we realized that we could achieve great things together as a team. Our unique experiences and shared goals have motivated us to work even harder towards our common mission of peace building. So.
Thank you, Christos.
Yeah, I am Erbay. I'm 22. It really is a privilege for us to try to be part of this panel. We are not mediating, as you can see. I think there is no need for us to do that. We are just having a good talk between us. But many of the things that my friends are saying, even introducing themselves, resonates so much with all of us in this room as well. And we have learned a lot from them, and we would like that these nuances, these points also come across today. So maybe just a question to Christos as well, because what I understand is Christos and all our friends, I think you all go to private schools, don't you?
So I go to public school.
Mine kind of public and kind of private.
Okay.
I'm done, but I used to go to a public school.
I mean, usually, young people at this age who go to private school get this opportunity to be able to introduce themselves. But today we have 3 young individuals who go to public school, and they are very articulate in terms of how they are expressing themselves in a foreign language. And I need to say this, in a foreign language. So how this English, how come you guys can speak English so well?
So for me,
go.
In public schools, we do learn English, but if you understand me. So from this involvement to both monocommunal and bicommunal programs, I really learned a lot of English language, and I really understand it better now. So it really evolved and really had an impact.
So in primary schools, I get some lessons about English, but the most thing that I met online friends and start talking English with them, so that I improved my English while talking with them. And one day when I woke up, I was just like, oh my God, I know English. And I was like this, and I was like, wow, I was so impressed by myself. And yeah, and by like attending to bi-common activities like this, also like I gained confidence. Before Belgium, I wasn't confident enough to like be speaker in there. Now I am, so.
Well, for me, I did have some lessons, of course, but honestly, if like I learned the most when I was like 10 years old, and I was just writing stories in my room with my tablet. It's kind of funny, but of course, being able to attend to these workshops, seminars, and all that, and being able to speak with people, and just, of course, just gain, like, just learn more words and learn to express yourself more clearly as well helped a lot.
Perfect. I think one of the key things that Erva is also raising here is that for many youth, English is not a first language, therefore it's also sometimes an obstacle. So this is why usually youth from private schools might feel more confident. So I think your experience, the confidence that you've gained through this interaction with each other is also testament that language doesn't have to be a barrier. It can be that you can learn together moving forward. And I wanted to touch upon this to maybe ask you, maybe this time I'll start with Eylül. Can you tell us a bit about your first encounters or friendships with somebody from the other community? And what was it that surprised you the most, or what was it that impacted you the most?
Okay, so their cultures are like different from us, absolutely. But we are all humans and we all want the same thing, of course, peace. But the impact, how can I say that? I mean, I don't know, I'm just impressed how they're like, I mean, when I see someone talking English from Greek side, I was like, wow, oh my God. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Yes. Go.
Mariam, can I ask you the same question? Your first experience with somebody from the other community?
I think, well, it was the online short course that I had when I was 15. It was entirely online, for sure, of course. But that was the first time I ever saw someone from the north that was my age. And that's when we talked about random things and just realized how, oh, we're so alike. You know, we like the same type of shoes, we go to concerts, we go to movies, you know, we have our own fears, our own problems, our own dreams, our own hopes. We're very alike. And I didn't even think about that because, well, I was kind of taught to not even think about the north, to not at all think about it, you know, that it doesn't even exist. So as a kid, I did not question it. I just accepted it and I did not think of it.
If you don't, may I repeat the question? Also having in mind that you have been involved in many bi-communal or intercommunal initiatives over the years. What was the thing which stayed with you the most? I mean, the most impactful interaction that shaped you?
For me, is that I think it was when I was around 14, I participated in my first program, which was CFP. I went to Troodos camp, and the first time that I saw a Turkish-speaking Cypriot, I realized that we're the same. We have the same interests. We have the same. The only barrier is what the language, the barrier. But I mean, we had same goals, same interests, same everything. So that's what lasted for me. That we both want peace. So.
Thank you.
But many people your age, I think they're not as active as you guys are, because you guys are doing something unique as well. You guys have come together. You are learning more together, as it says, and you're teaching as well to many people. So maybe if we are to ask about what is it that you guys are now as United Youth of Cyprus are doing? What is it that, what is your vision? What is your aim? What is your objective?
So,
Should we begin?
Yeah. So, like, what sparked our idea?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We realized that in Cyprus, the Cyprus issue is often seen through of the eyes of older generations. Our goal was to create a platform so that the youth can engage in dialogue and realize that we're all people, as I said earlier, and we have nothing truly to divide. And it's,
You know, I have to say, even the previous question I asked Christos about what was most impactful, at the short course in Belgium, I remember when we were do you remember? Sorry. We were sitting on grass and we were talking about the Cyprus problem and how it affected us, and we were crying because it was the first time when we actually had the opportunity to sit down and actually talk about the problem and how it impacts us every day and about the things that we've had to experience because of it, about the prejudice that we've had to experience and the racism even. And I remember just how we cried there and how we talked about how we inherited this trauma, this pain, this burden even, but how it is up to us to heal it, how it's up to us, the new generation, to acknowledge the pain on both sides and to choose to heal together. So, yeah, that's part of one of the reasons that we want to do this. It's because we want to heal together. We want to acknowledge that both sides have suffered with what happened. Of course, we want to talk about how we want to empower the youth as well, because we have a focus on the Cyprus problem and on intercommunal activities, of course. But it's also about being better human beings, being fully capable human beings, capable of empathy, understanding, communication, and so much more.
So, United Youth for Cyprus, of Cyprus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you've explained to us what sparked the idea of creating it, what you hope. So, practically, how do you, what do you think or what do you plan on engaging in? What kind of actions? Because I think you have thought through, I mean, I have to say to everybody that the initiative is quite young. It's only 2 months old, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, am I right? Yes. So it's only 2 months old. So it's the beginning of thinking about what is it and how is it that as youth you can contribute. So I wanted to ask whether you have particular thoughts in mind about how practically you want to do that. What is it that United Youth of Cyprus wants to do, and how does it want to do that?
So we aim to organize workshops, community events, and outreach programs that highlight the importance of unity and the power of collective action. Also, we all know that we anticipate challenges along the way, of course. Some, like, give an example, deep-rooted divisions, cultural misunderstandings, and resistance to change can hinder our efforts, of course. But additionally, securing adequate funding and resources to sustain our initiatives is essential. So nevertheless, we are committed to navigating these obstacles and believe that together we can create a brighter future for our youth in Cyprus.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, is there anything that either of you would like to add?
I feel like we're really trying to have this thing being a Cyprian thing, to not only be in Nicosia, because I'm from Limassol, Ilus from Famagusta, and we are far from Nicosia, and we know that we need these things, these workshops, this bi-communal, intercommunal things to not remain only in Nicosia, but to reach the whole Cyprus, because there are many people who are like just have not even attended a workshop, or even came to the north, or even Nicosia. That's why it's really important to bring these things to them if they cannot be here.
How do you guys manage to keep the interaction going between you? In our time, we had to go through this village, bi-communal village of Pila. I know the previous panel was about the artificial intelligence, the use of World Wide Web and all of these things, but in our times at least even Google did not exist, so it was a bit difficult for us to interact. But I think the new generation also is finding ways of getting over these hurdles. And do you guys also continuously communicate? How do you guys regularly meet?
So we actually do Google Meets every week. Not almost every week, every week, yeah. And sometimes we come to home for collaboration and we just have a good time and we actually see what we have been up to and what we can create in the future.
So how big is the group?
Of course, we talk every day. There's 5 of us, mainly. Of course, there are other people who want to get involved, and we're waiting to get on them. People want to join this initiative. That's what we've realized when we were in Belgium. That's why we realized that there's demand for this, and that's why we need to continue this. Currently, it's me, Maria, Elul, Christos, Neil, and Yasmin. Neil is currently in France. She couldn't be here, and Yasmin is also a bit busy. That's why they couldn't make it, but they love this, and they're probably looking online, looking live, and they're very happy that we get this opportunity.
Great. I want to ask Elul as well about because we talked about some of the difficulties of the Cyprus problem. And I was wondering what type of difficulties are we talking about?
Okay, so what type of difficulties? Okay. So, personally, one of the biggest problems that's stopping me from getting involved is that my family is from Turkey. I was born here, but I never have the rights of a Cypriot that was born here. I've never been able to see the south part of my country, but through research, I know that there are actually many beautiful places to visit and see on the south side, but unfortunately, I cannot see this, even though I have nothing to do with the events of the past. I feel like I am paying the penalty. I have penalty for something my ancestors did. Even if I live in Cyprus, I sometimes feel like I don't belong here. Even if there's event on the south side, I can't attend because I can't cross to the whatever you call it, borders or green line. I know how pathetic this is, but this is unfortunately the reality of the country that we live in. So, yeah, and one of the things that I want to add that I flew alone when I'm going to Belgium because I don't have a European Union passport or ID, so that I flew alone, and it was just kind of scary and lonely experience for me because all of my friends like Maria, Christos, and Neil, and Yasemin flew from south side. And this was really hard for me because I wanted to be a part of my team when I was in there and talk with them, laugh with them, enjoy with them, and have the excitement of traveling alone with my friends. And I wasn't able to do that, of course. But yeah, I know there are many people like me, and we all want to be the voice of people who cannot attend these events like this, and who cannot express themselves, or even if they do, who cannot hear them. We want to be their voices with all of my team, of course. And I didn't think it would take such a big part of my life, in peace building like this, but now I want this country and Cypriots like me to have all of their rights. So yeah, and lastly, I was born here. I'm a Cypriot, and yet I don't have the rights, same rights as Cypriot that happen to be born in the south. And I don't have a Cypriot ID or passport, and who knows when or if I ever going to be able.
Adil, thank you very much for sharing this very personal very personal experience. You are, of course, founders of the United Youth of Cyprus as well, which is a testament in itself. Yeah, the Cyprus problem may be comfortable for some people, but clearly it is not comfortable for young people. So it's not a comfortable situation. The conflict continues, and I think what you guys are doing is something fascinating. And it blew our minds when we heard of these stories as well. But maybe it's just to come back to the joint initiative, to the United Youth of Cyprus, and what the United Youth of Cyprus also wants to do, because we are taking a lot from the things that you are saying, but these messages need to be multiplied. These messages need to get out there. And is this one of the aims of United Youth of Cyprus? And what other aims do you guys have? I'll give it to my town mates. To my Limassolian town mates to answer this question.
So our aim is to bring them together. Our aim is to bring the youth so they can understand that there's still hope to this country, and we can actually do something about it. We want to build values, respect, empathy, love, kindness, and what else?
I feel like on the topic of hope, one thing that I remember was on our last day at the short course, we had people wishing us a united island, or Cyprus to be whole again. And I remember some of us even cried when we heard that. And it was so easy for them to think about that and dream about that, and for them to think, yeah, we cannot wait to see it on TV, you know, the news. But for us, I don't know, I feel like as time went on, we kind of lost hope, right? It's been half a century, right? But that's the thing that we need. We need to have hope. We need to remain having hope, of course. We need to talk to each other. And what Jesus was trying to say, I feel like, was getting people involved, getting people together, creating communities, giving them resources, giving them platforms for them to speak. And as United of Cyprus, we want to give the youth a platform to speak. We want their issues to be represented. Just like Elu's issue. There are many girls and just people like Elu who are struggling with this thing, and their voices matter.
I think what you've just said is a realization that many people reach 50, 60, maybe even older, and never reach, right? So at least personally, for me to hear something like this from people like yourself, it's hope. This in itself is hope. And keeping that always in mind, I wanted to go back. I mean, I already talked about some of the challenges that she has faced, both within the community and in engaging with the other community, which I am guessing a lot of youth also in the North face. I wanted to focus a little bit the youth in the South. What are some of the challenges that you think youth face in engaging? What is it that's stopping them from engaging? And I mean, this can be from personal experience, or it can be from your observations of the generation that you are from.
Personally, I feel like I'm going to speak from my own experience and my own city. There's a lot of prejudice, and I feel like we need to talk about that, and we need to talk about how and where did that prejudice even came from, right? Of course, we're talking about education, we're talking about family influences, but I really want to talk about this one example. I have a friend who immigrated to Cyprus when they were 8 years old. Their parents have absolutely nothing to do with the Cyprus problem. They were not taught anything in the family sphere, but she did go to a public elementary school, and she told me how after her going to a public elementary school, she came out of that hating Turks and Turkish Cypriots. Of course, she changed, and she started attending workshops about communal and intercommunal activities. Their name is Marfa. They are really active, and they're doing a lot. But even that example of itself, it speaks for itself. how our education instills hatred into us. Even when I went to school and I tried to talk about the things that I'm working on, right? I even had friends go against me and tell me that what I'm doing is wrong and just be really rude to me because of it. It's my own experience. There's a big problem with that. And then when I asked my friends, hey, do you want to maybe join in on this workshop and stuff? But they would tell me, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to go to the north? All of the things that they think.
So may I ask you the same question, whether you have a different experience or whether you share part of this experience?
So I believe that one of the biggest obstacles is the education system. In many cases, it continues to teach a narrow view of history. I mean, like the history notebooks, and we still have a lot of outdated thinking and closed-mindedness in our education, and that can prevent young people from participating through these initiatives and from being able and open to peace and collaboration. One more reason that I believe young people do not participate and are not involved is that it's about another factor is family influence. Many of our families have lived through difficult times, and their experiences shape how we view the other community. While this is understandable, it sometimes keeps us locked and in the past rather than focusing on building a better future. So
I feel like I want to add how even in books in history, we don't really make a distinction between Turks and Turkish Cypriots, which is a big deal as well. But also how we're not taught the whole story, how we're not taught how both sides have experienced pain, how both sides have suffered from this. We're so focused on only one side's pain and we don't acknowledge the other. We think that we are the only victims here, when that's simply not true. We're all victims in this, and this is not Victim Olympic, okay? It's not about who's the biggest victim, who has lost the most. It's about acknowledging each other's pain, healing it, and moving forward.
Thank you.
So we have to overcome those barriers. So I believe that if we focus only on ourselves and don't consider the values and the needs of the other community, we won't be able to contribute to real peace. To move forward, we need to break free from old ways of thinking and start seeing each other as equals.
This session could not have been more political. Probably this is the most political session that we have. But I mean, yes, I mean you are speaking your hearts out. It's really, I mean, what we are hearing amazes us. But yes, I couldn't agree more. We couldn't agree more with the things that you guys are saying.
Value-based positions, politics, whatever. Oops, sorry, that's my mic. Whatever you want to call them, I think it's something that we are currently missing, right? So what you guys bring to the conversation is a return to basics, a return to tolerance, to respect for the person. This is not without undermining the political positions of every side, but it's about talking about the basics, the values. And I think this is at least from my perspective a huge contribution that you bring. And to my perspective, I was going to ask you the question, but maybe I can comment on the question. I think this is where at least you as a group differ from older generations. I'm not saying that older generations have not tried to do quite a lot for peace. I think different times, different difficulties, but I think you, the three of you, the five of you, and the group which I think is expanding, have a very healthy, and not only healthy, a very core way of looking at peace moving forward. And maybe this brings me to my question about talking about values and making that personal change and transitioning that into a bigger change in society and in youth. requires bringing about a change, right? And I think, at least in my experience, one of the big problems of the Cyprus problem is the no change, the inability to change things. Do you think this is something that is also holding youth back, the inability to change things? And what do you think can be done to overcome something like this? Can I give the floor to Christos first for his thoughts?
So, in my opinion, I believe that we need to do a better job of informing the youth about how they can get involved, so they can be active citizens and make a difference. So many young people aren't aware of the opportunities given to them. They're often disconnected from peace-building initiatives because they don't receive enough information or are taught to focus on their own community. So that's
the ability to change, right? Personally, as you were asking the question, I thought about two workshops. One workshop was, well, we're talking about values. We had recently a workshop at the EWC Peace Forum, and we had a section talking about values, and we had meetings about it, and how we wanted to focus on that, on why people are alike, right, and what makes us human. On the topic of change, I remember we had another workshop at Belgium where what we realized is something is kind of get lost when we're talking, and like we basically, you know, when it comes to the Cyprus problem, many people have, of course, tried to solve it, right? But we don't really know what. Sorry, in a room, right? We have a Turkish-speaking, the community from north, south, whatever. Yeah. We don't know what's going on there. We don't know what they agree or disagree on. The doors are closed for us. We don't get to decide anything. We don't know what they agreed or disagreed on, and that's a big problem, like for all of us, not only youth, right? And of course, as Christos said, we need to get involved. And actually, when you talk about barriers that the young people face, I feel like it kind of starts within them as well, and the beliefs that they have themselves that have been instilled in them, that they cannot change things, right? Even I myself, when I was younger, people would tell me, when my family would tell me, you know, you cannot change the world, Maria. You cannot change the world. You cannot change things. You cannot change the system. Everyone always says that. Everyone throws that around, right? But, you know, I have a quote on my phone that I wanted to read. Give me a second, please.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, it's apparently from Stephen Jobs, but if it isn't, if the internet lied to me, please forgive me, okay?
No?
Okay.
Please.
Because, like, life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact. Everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you, and you can change it. Once you learn that, you'll learn you'll never be the same again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No. Okay, so I think we are okay for time, so maybe what we can do is ask a couple of questions as closing, maybe, reflections. Looking ahead, how do you see, what are your hopes for the initiative? How do you see youth contributing, more concretely, as you've just mentioned, to a more peaceful future? And what is it you think that you, taking small steps, can change?
Okay.
Maybe I can start with Maria and then go to Eylül.
Okay, I mean, there's so many things to say. Well, of course, I believe that change starts within us first, with us. And even when you said about how small steps, you know, can lead to big things. I was even reading a book about that, about how if we're only 0.1% better every day, how big that change, you know. Can you repeat the questions again, please?
So, absolutely. So the question was the hopes for your initiative, and also how do you see youth contributing to a more peaceful future with the small steps that you guys are starting to take?
Okay, so our hope for initiative. We really hope to expand, really want to expand. We want to have thousands of youth being members, being part of this. And honestly, we do want them to even create and lead their own workshops one day. Right now we're starting this. We're going to be the ones leading them, helping them, right? And even thing that we're doing is because of the people who came before us. And I do want to address that, because without all the efforts that the people in this same room and in this panel have made and strived, we wouldn't be here. I mean, the organizations, the workshops that we've attended, they made us who we are. They led to this. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Our dreams would be dreams, and we might not even be here, like literally at this panel, we have this initiative. We hope to expand. We hope to. I think I'm done. I think that's what I want to say.
So I believe that we, as a young people, youth is open-minded and can be the change makers of this future. And we can change the world, of course, in our country, and save it from the unhappy situation that we live in right now. Because young people like us have many things that not everyone else has. Everyone has different perspectives, different views, different backgrounds, but that doesn't matter because we are all human at the last one. But when these comes together, like our backgrounds, our different backgrounds, different perspectives, different views, we become a very strong society. Our experiences shape our perspectives and allowing us to understand comparative issues deeply. So yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, as you both said, I believe that the youth plays the biggest role in peace. The most important role in peace building, because we're the next generation and who will shape the future. The decisions we make today will have a lasting impact, and it's crucial that we get involved in the process of creating a peaceful and united society, because if we don't start now, learning how to engage now, we will only be repeating the mistakes of the past. So we want to expand, basically.
We wish you all the best, and I think you have a growing community also around you of all ages that want to be able to support, that want to see more youth involved. You know, you see in a lot of statements, people say, you know, we need more youth involvement, but youth involvement also needs to be driven by youth initiatives like yourselves, because it's one thing for, you know, people of older generations to say, yes, we've made a seat for youth, and it's a very different thing for youth to also conceptualize how they want to contribute, because I think that's what also drives change. That's what also brings change.
For me, I mean, I'm also a person who comes from youth activism and all of these things, and this was something which was missing in the Cyprus landscape, at least for the last 20 years. I mean, there had been something which wasn't right. What you guys are doing, it's not only that it gives hope, it is something which almost had been forgotten. I mean, this area had been left to young people of mainly, I'm going to say, the political parties, and they just politicized the issue to a level that it became a polarized situation, whereas now with the civil society activism, what you guys are doing, the diverging and diversity that you guys are bringing is phenomenal. And I think it is also very important. My last words would be that you shouldn't even accept to be the next generation. You are the generation. You are the generation which has to make the change, because this next thing is a fallacy which is told to the youth. Youth is the ones who is going to make the change, not anyone else, to be honest with you.
So I would like to close off or conclude our session with maybe, I know we've run a little bit over time because of late to start. I'd like to give you each the floor to maybe give a message. So if there was one message that you could share with other youth about peace building, what would that be? So maybe I'll start with Christos and then move to...
So for me, one thing I would say to young people that they have the chance to make a real impact on our communities and the world. We are at a point in history where our voices matter and we can drive change. And now is the time for us to take initiative. We are in a powerful position to make a difference, and we must seize this opportunity. If we don't, we may one day face our children and hear them ask, "You had the chance to do something, and why didn't you?" Let's not let this moment slip away. Together we can build a future defined by peace and collaboration. We have the power to be the change we want to see in the world, and it starts with us.
Thank you for that, Kristen.
The one thing that I want to add to this question, do it because they said you couldn't. I think it is important because one of my friends said, "Are you going to keep the peace in Cyprus?" I said, "Yes, we will." And yeah, and this gives me hope. I think success is a decision. It's not something that you're going to So this is my message.
Personally, I would say to have perseverance because you're going to have to face some obstacles in your life. There are going to be people who are going to go against you. That's just part of life, being human even. I really want to put emphasis on that, to have perseverance, to be consistent. Those are the two keys to success in any regard in life, I would say. And to, of course, heal, to keep healing yourself, to keep healing others, to keep trying to be better, to keep admitting that you make mistakes and that you're trying to learn.
Perfect.
So, Maria,
yes,
Eylül,
Christos. And Christos. I think we've spoken about hope. I think we have also seen what hope can look like. So give it up for the group. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Welcome, Carlos Orizate. Hoş geldiniz. Our panel today will be about energy security and Eastern Mediterranean. And I'm Asya Beyaz, and I'm honored to moderate this panel with distinguished panelists. Energy security has always been a key factor in shaping geopolitical dynamics, and nowhere is this more evident than Eastern Mediterranean nowadays. The region is rapidly becoming a focal point for global energy interests, with its significant offshore gas discoveries and its position as a crossroad of competing regional and international actors. However, along with opportunities and energy development and cooperation, these dynamics also introduced complex challenges, including territorial disputes, political tensions, competing national interests. So today, with our panelists, represent a diverse range of perspectives and expertise, each of which will provide unique insights into how energy security in the region intersects with geopolitics, climate, local interests, and European policy. We will also explore these complexities and examine the future outlook of energy cooperation, sustainability, and geopolitical stability. So before we begin, let me introduce you our distinguished panelists. Each will deliver initial remarks that focuses on particular area of expertise, after which we will move into moderated discussion. And we will also have time towards the end, hopefully, from the audience we can take some questions. So let me introduce you briefly our panelists. First, Mr. Heri Zimitras. He's the director of PRIO, and his analysis over a geopolitical landscape in the East Mediterranean will be really helpful for us to understand. Then we will have Dr. Paris Fokaides. He's associated professor in Frederick University, from whom we will have the technocratic view on the policy and sustainability shaping energy cooperation in the region. We have a visitor from Brussels here, Mr. Yannis Pekos. He's acting head of Turkey and Eastern Mediterranean in External Action Services. He is crucial for us to understand the European perspective of the situation. Do we have an online participant? No. Okay. Last but not least, we have the local voice, Mr. Fikri Toros, a Turkish Cypriot politician. He will give us the Turkish Cypriot perspective on energy and geopolitical changes in the region. So without further ado, let's begin with the initial remarks. Harry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. 5 minutes, I guess.
5, 7, however you wish.
Okay, very good. A very welcome back. I think this panel connects to previous ones because it's going to bring in not only regional perspectives but also extra-regional but connected ones like the European Union. First point I want to make is that as the Gaza conflict shows, in connection with the war in Ukraine, in connection with Nagorno-Karabakh, I don't think we can unfortunately talk about frozen conflicts anymore. There is no such thing as a frozen conflict. Anything can erupt at any time. Hence, second point, I don't think that we can take, in this part of the world at least, absolutely anything for granted, positively and negatively. Very few, if any, foresaw the Abraham Accords being successful. Very few would have said that Israel and Lebanon could come on the same table and agree as a matter of principle, even with external facilitation on a delimitation of maritime boundaries. But even few, if any, could foresee the October the 7th events. So hence, I don't think we can take absolutely anything for granted, positively or negatively, in this part of the world. And this, I think, is important when we have our very often myopic view on things and a very introverted, very local perception of things. Third point, if you look at this region, it's mainly conflict and less cooperation. Conflict, unfortunately, is the norm. And if you look at a very basic typology of the conflicts, you'll find out that we have traditional, so to speak, conflicts, the Cyprus problem, bilateral Greece-Turkey issues, Arab-Israeli conflicts in the depth of time. So well-established, if you like, conflicts. On top of which, exactly because nothing has been done, new layers are added. For instance, matters of delimitation of maritime boundaries, energy, and so on. On top of which, another layer comes in the form of less traditional sources of conflict. Human security issues, climate as a threat multiplier, food issues, migration, water issues, health issues, you name it. On top of which, another layer comes in the form of asymmetric threats, terrorism, and so on and so forth. So what I mean to say is that now you start from very traditional problems that become multi-issue, multifaceted, multi-layered aspects that effectively are impossible to solve. And hence, we need to be pragmatic, very realistic in going back to the basics a little bit, taking them apart, decoupling them, if you like, and trying to do things that can be done. So point number 3.5, if you like, or 4, my personal suggestion, and that has to do with energy, and I can say a couple of things in a minute, I think we need to steer clear of the grand debates of war and peace. It's important to have them, it's important to let them run their track, but I think our attention at the moment should be focused to things that can be done. So think small. How can we deal with issues, tangible issues, that can be dealt with, because war and peace might not be attained? Do things that are different from the past, not necessarily top-down, but bottom-up, in the way of establishing linkages, and energy could be one of them. Just to take things at the local level. Don't forget necessarily, but let the Cyprus issue run on its track. But if we concentrate on things that absolutely need to be done irrespective of a solution to the Cyprus problem, then I think we might have a chance of moving ahead. Specifically, unfortunately, we're united by the bonds of common suffering because we face common challenges, or the other way around, there are certain opportunities that come up very, very seldom or once in a lifetime, and we're paying the cost of our division in not managing to grasp these opportunities. A climatic challenge is here, and it doesn't really recognize green lines and borders and so on and so forth, but we are barred from doing something about it in common. If we were, and energy could be a very nice into it, I think we're attaining two goals. One, we actually do something about the problem that does unite us. B, through this, we establish a rudimentary form of cooperation that is perhaps unheard of in certain circles, and it proves to the public that things can be done tangibly in ways that can resonate with the daily reality of people. And then through this, if you do it, as I say, rather than a top-bottom, but a bottom-up approach of linkages, we were discussing with Mr. Torres just before CBMs. CBMs, unfortunately, have shown to be rather limited. Think of linkages. Think of things that can be done and need to be done between the two communities here and beyond in facilitating cooperation, notwithstanding the solution or non-solution of the Cyprus problem. And look at energy. Just a few words on energy before I give the floor to the rest. Energy has the absolute potential of leading us out of certain problems we have, connectivity-wise, access to resources-wise, energy as a fundamental pillar of the existence of people and the state as such, a way out of our daily misery. What do I mean by daily misery? I mean access to energy resources, which in this part of the world, with connectivity problems, Cyprus is the only country in the EU and in the region that is not connected to any other. In an area of a host of problems and tensions that can highlight on a daily basis the need to have access to resources. Misery out of a climatic challenge here. Unfortunately, Cyprus, and I talk only on the Republic of Cyprus, and I think this is matched, if not worse, in the north. Electricity is produced through mazout. Mazout is the worst kind of fossil fuel there is. According to the European Union official figures, and correct me if I'm wrong, EU officials, and the Republic of Cyprus, by burning mazout in certain areas like the Kelia base, is from 400 to 1,000% above the legal limits in the European Union. So imagine what we inhale. Imagine how much we pay, because obviously without electricity interconnectivity to other areas, the production of these, you have an oligopoly at least of imported fossil fuels and renewable sources that cost a fraction to the producers but sold at extremely high prices. I think Cyprus is still the number one electricity paying bill-wise country in the European Union, and it's number 27 of 28 in pollutions, leading to a $400 million fine to the European Commission for this. Can you imagine what the situation would have been? And the north, I think, is even worse, but I let it to Fikri to talk about. An energy connectivity to other countries in the region that will allow us to have prices slashed, i.e. better the lives of people at that level, with clean energy, clean air to breathe, with a way out into the future, also politically, because it's a form of connectivity, a form of a linkage between the two communities, could, I think, be a first step towards the establishment of more cooperation regarding other natural resources, connectivities to other countries, and so on and so forth. So I think when there is a will, there is a way. Final word, if before what's happening today, Israel and Lebanon, two countries that never recognized each other, that were in a state of war with each other, could manage to sit on a table, again with external facilitation, and in principle decide to have a maritime delimitation, I don't think that there's anything as deep here that bars us from an in principle understanding that there is a way out if there is a way.
Thank you, Harry. It was really needed emphasis on the collaboration on energy and bottom-up approach. Paris, maybe we can continue with the technical parts?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here with you, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to join this very interesting panel. So, energy. Energy is a domain in which we can develop some political discussions, but it is certainly a domain where we should consider some technical facts and some realities, and we should base our discussion, we should ground our discussion on, let's say, some facts which are well understood and well accepted, not just by Greeks and Turkish Cypriots, but by all the nations in the region. So we start with the fact that the Republic of Cyprus is a member of the EU. This is a fact. We don't discuss how or why this happened, but it is a fact. And as a member of the EU, let's say the Greek Cypriots, they need to oblige, they need to follow some regulations, some directives, some guidelines, some, let's say, a framework of policy in the field of energy, which is requested by Brussels, as for any member state. It's important for us in this room to understand what is the background of this framework in order to understand its necessity and to see how we can integrate this framework into both communities. The number one priority of the EU policy in the field of energy is security. We need to have secure and affordable supply of energy in all member states, in our island as well. And why do we need that? The reason we need that is because the energy, the price of the energy, the availability of the energy is linked to all, let's say, activities of the market, to the day-to-day performance of the market, of the industry, of any, let's say, developments that we have. So all member states and the main policy in Brussels requires that we boost those practices and those methods that we secure affordable and sufficient energy for all the member states. So this is the first priority. We also have issues which are related to the climate change, related to sustainability. And so we also have a set of policies which focus on sustainable energy. So we wish to have low carbon energy, low carbon economy based on circularity principles, based on the use of renewable energies, based on the use of clean technologies. And this is a major transition that we are experiencing as well in Cyprus the past 20 or even less 15 years. And another vision of the EU policy in the field of energy refers to the joint energy market. So the vision that we have for 2040 is that all member states, we have a joint electricity and natural gas market. Why do we need to do that? We need to do that in order to secure that we have the interaction between the member states in the field of energy that allows affordable and secure supply of energy, that we don't rely on any external sources. We do keep our collaboration with external states, with external countries, with our neighbors, but at the same time, we have our own autonomy. We can produce our energy on our own, and we can interact the grids and the natural gas networks of the member states among us. So I tried to condense the EU policy in the field of energy in these three areas. And actually, the Republic of Cyprus, the Greek Cypriots, as a member of the EU, they have developed and they have integrated a series of policies over the past 20 years in order to enable the integration of these principles in the everyday life of the Republic of Cyprus. So concerning energy security, and in order to, let's say, realize, to implement the policies of the EU in the field of energy, we have seen that over the recent years, we had over 700 megawatts, that is a significant amount of energy, of renewable energy projects being developed in the south. So photovoltaic parks, wind farms, farms exploring biogas and waste to produce energy. We have also adopted a very ambitious policy in the field of energy efficiency. All the buildings in the south are insulated. There are minimum requirements. We have been reducing the energy consumption of the built environment, and recently we have achieved to have nearly zero energy buildings. All new buildings constructed in the Republic of Cyprus are nearly zero energy, so they do not consume much energy, and the less energy that they consume, they satisfy this with the use of renewable energies. We have also liberalized the market, the electricity market in the south. We have created a framework, policies. We have taken initiatives in this field, and we have developed a market of liberalized energy. And at the same time, we have promoted policies which are related to the greening of our society, the greening of our economy. Electric vehicles, public transportation, circular economy, decarbonization of the economy. So we have many success stories and good examples in this field. Now, what is the question here? And I will close my initial, let's say, statement with that. We can either say, okay, look what the Greeks did, what are the Turks going to do, let's ask somebody else, or let's compete, or let's enter, let's say, a competition between the two communities, or we can recognize a fact. And what is this fact? No matter what solution we will find in the future, it might be a federal Cyprus, a confederation, it might be whatever, no matter what solution we will find in the future, the new state to, let's say, result will be a member of the EU, will be an EU member state. So this means that the policies that have been developed and integrated in the south the past 20 years will sooner or later be implemented in the north as well. So the sooner we start collaborating in integrating these principles, these technologies which are based on very simple approaches. What do we want? We want clean energy, we want energy security, we want collaboration between the member states and sustainability. This is what we discuss about. So the sooner we approach the two energy systems and we start working together, integrating these policies in the north as well, so the better will be for our future. And I'm closing saying that the field of energy is a field where we can work together, and we should envision the reunification of the energy system of the two communities as soon as possible. So we are lucky to have the good examples from Brussels. Let's work on those together.
Thank you so much. I see that we have our online participant joining us. I want to introduce him as well. Professor Mithat Çelikbala, we have the chance to hear from him as well. He's the Vice Rector and Professor of International Relations at Kadir Has University. He's the right person to ask insights on Turkey's geopolitical positioning and energy strategies in the region. So maybe I can have your initial remarks as well while you're here.
Thank you. I think, I'm sorry I'm a little bit late, I checked it, but hi from Istanbul to all the panelists, and of course I wish a kind of a success to Cyprus panel. Therefore it's a pleasure and honor to be part of such a kind of a discussion on the energy issue as well as the Eastern Mediterranean related issues. In the initial, points, I would like to say that there are many things, developing things in and around Eastern Mediterranean, or all those global and regional developments are affecting not only Turkey's but the other regional actors' policies in the region regarding what's going on or the energy-related issues. Therefore, we have to follow not only what's happening in the north, in the Black Sea area, Russia and the others, but currently we need to understand what's going on in Israel, Gaza, and the other regions, as well as what's going on within the Cyprus, the island itself. The story began in the mid-2000s with the discovery of natural gas deposits in the Eastern Mediterranean. And for Ankara, let me say that Ankara considered it a kind of a development compatible with common interests, initially serving Turkey and Europe's energy security and diversity, because those are the different years, in fact, for not only for Ankara, but for the EU, as well as all the regional actors. And initially, the transportation of the Eastern Mediterranean resources, in those days we were discussing, to Turkey, to the European markets, and many people in Ankara thinks that it will contribute to the meeting Turkey's needs and to turn Turkey into a kind of a regional energy hub. Within 20-25 years, we have different game changers in the region. It's beyond Ankara's control or any other regional actors' control, but it contributes Ankara's perspective and discussions. As I said, initially it was a chance for all of us in Ankara to make Turkey a hub. This line is alongside supporting Northern Iraqi, Azerbaijani resources, was significant for ensuring diversity not only for Turkey but for the EU as well. Therefore, initially Ankara sees this project as a great project to contribute to resolve the Cyprus issue, to contribute to Ankara's membership to EU, or to normalize relations between Turkey and Greece, and try to make both actors as a kind of partners to contribute to peace and the other regions. But then what comes? Those exclusive economic zone disagreements or agreements between relevant countries after Egypt discovered those Zohr deposits. Egypt already found deposits of the coast of Cyprus and of course Israeli. Then leaving Ankara out, and this development moved the issue into the area of sharing maritime jurisdiction, and moreover initiatives such as the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum in January 2019, which marginalized Ankara by excluding it, also brought the competition into a kind of a strategic level. And those were the discussions and levels. Then we see the possibility of the
Eastern Mediterranean gas flowing into international markets due to new agreements, leaving Turkey out and the region's most significant consumer and importer. And this was a case and concern for many in Ankara, and it will mean that one of the essential pillars of the policy of becoming a regional energy hub will be lost. And then we see a kind of a tougher policy perspective from Ankara. And Ankara used different means of foreign policy, including military dimension and escalation, to overcome the regional exclusion it faced during this period. And this is very important. And the Libya issue was a level, despite the reactions of Greece and France, for example, to join oil and gas exploration activities have been undertaken off the coast of Libya, and Turkey tried to establish an alternative ways and means, tried to develop and push the actors to other side. And of course, another discussion was, of course, very famous Blue Homeland discussion since 2006, and in response to the Eastern Mediterranean Energy Forum and the other military cooperation initiatives that exclude Turkey, Turkey's letter to the UN in 2019, which defined the borders of its maritime areas as the country with the longest coastal line in the Eastern Mediterranean, and made it clear that it will protect this with the naval forces it sent to the region, was a kind of an evaluation of preparing coercive diplomacy in the Mediterranean balances. But in short, all those activities in different areas from 2000 up to 2024 today, we have different regional issues that force Ankara to change its attitude as well as the other actors. And therefore, it's very important for Turkey to normalize with the actors. And you know, last 10 years or 5 years, I may say that Ankara's initiatives time to time urged and disturbed Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, and the other regional actors, as well as the EU in general and the US, and how to make Turkey a reliable partner and transportation hub for the others as well. This was the question mark then afterwards. And we see, I can say that Ankara changed this attitude. The idea is to increase the number of friends and to normalize relations. If it is possible to sign a kind of an agreement with Greece and others, a kind of a memorandum of understanding to share those resources and to reach the European markets. What Ankara does, for example, after especially occupation of Crimea, Ankara increased its relations, energy relations with Russia, despite all those sanctions and the others. But you know, it is not enough to make Ankara an actor. What about Cyprus issue? What about sharing other resources? How to normalize relations with Egypt? Those are the issues on the table. And before Gaza event, for example, I was a little bit optimistic regarding relations because Ankara was trying to normalize relations with Egypt. And it was a kind of a clue that Turkish-Greece relations are becoming much better. There is a kind of an understanding. And Cyprus issue is a totally other issue, but you know, Ankara's policies are different than the previous period, and it was an issue of domestic issue within the Cypriots, and most probably this is the other thing. But what happened lately in Gaza and Israelis, I don't know what kind of a role we need to see for Ankara. Is Ankara's perspective will be productive and find some ways to normalize relations with the others? And is it possible to make Ankara a partner for all the regional actors, and of course the other energy forums actors' attitude towards Israel is also important, and Palestine. And therefore, last 2 years we have a kind of expectations, promising expectations, but it seems that it's going to be much more complicated. But for the sharing and protecting those resources, the scene has already set, it is far away from Ankara or Ankara's reach, but the Cyprus issue is the main denominator of the future developments regarding the share and Ankara's role as a route or the partner. Let me stop here, and in the second round I may try to add some explanations as well.
Thank you so much for explaining us the Turkish perspective as well. Maybe now we can turn to Mr. Bekos. for understanding a bit more the EU's part of this.
Thank you. Allow me to first to go back to 2019. It's important, I think, to recall that the European Commission presented back then the Green Deal, which is a new strategic vision. It's important to say that it's not only about the fight against climate change. It's something far more ambitious, which is a recalibration of the energy mix, a shift towards clean energy, and fundamentally a new economic model. And this transition to this new economic model was very well financed, and with these two components in place, strategic vision and financing, the green transition presents a major opportunity for European and other industries, markets, and the countries in the neighborhood as well. So that was the initial plan in 2019. But in the meantime, we had Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and later on the situation in the Middle East. And the war in Ukraine changed the paradigms across the board, including on energy. This situation has aggravated the security of supply. No need to mention the numbers, which show clearly the dependency of the EU on Russia. And this is why the EU had to swiftly recalibrate itself to face the new challenges while continuing the clean transition. In addition, in 2023, the EU has approved a new plan which is referred to as Repower the EU, which had at the core a clear political mandate. And this mandate was to phase out our dependency on Russia. And this plan had three main components. First, diversifying gas supplies. Second, saving energy, reducing the use of fossil fuels in our homes, buildings, industry. And third, accelerating even faster the clean energy transition, rolling out renewables, renewable energy fuels like solar, wind energy, and hydrogen. Later on, the Gaza, the Israel-Hamas conflict erupted with a serious spillover that we see evolving during the last weeks. And while the direct effect on the EU's gas security of supply was rather limited, still this spillover increases significantly the uncertainties regarding geopolitical development, and as such might have a serious impact also on energy matters. We cannot exclude that. So, where we are today, I think 2 weeks ago, the EU presented the first State of the Energy Union report, where it's clear that we have achieved a lot. Just a few facts and figures. In the first half of 2024, half of the EU's electricity generation came from renewables. The share of Russian gas in EU imports dropped from 45% in 2021 to 18% by June 2024. Gas demand between August 2022 and May 2024 was reduced by 138 billion cubic meters. Wind power overtook gas to become the EU's second largest source of electricity. Nuclear first, by the way. At the same time, it's clear that we need to do much more. And the EU will need to continue to diversify energy supply channels, and this brings me to the Eastern Mediterranean, which is of key interest for the European Union, very significant, and mainly also in terms of energy for two reasons. The region hosts a potentially vast amount of energy resources, and plus it harbors important opportunities for connectivity. And clearly for us, the region can contribute to energy security, importantly, with projects where political expediency can break impasses and where energy security imperatives can align with the objective of reducing emissions. Easy to say, difficult to do, of course, but it's clear that for the time being, the EU still needs for its own energy security gas resources. And we see planning of infrastructure in the region, even in the absence, in some cases, of cooperative arrangements between different actors. A conclusion with 2-3 points. The EU strategic vision has not changed. The clean energy transition remains at the core of the new economic model. The geopolitical developments have accelerated the diversification of energy supply, and Europe's quest for energy security continues. President von der Leyen highlighted in the political guidelines that she presented in the European Parliament that we stay in the course on all our goals. So this transition, of course, is not a one day to the next endeavor, and gas will still continue to have a role in the transition, but clearly EU demand has a clear declining trajectory. Third and final point, the EU cannot do by itself the transition. It needs its partners in the Eastern Mediterranean also. It needs its partners to do their own share, but also to make clean energy transition, renewable energy, electricity interconnections, hydrogen, the norm in the Eastern Mediterranean. And this is the direction towards which the EU is going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your speech, and your initial remarks about the importance of the decarbonization is still keeping going as well. So to have a more local voice as well, maybe let's turn to Mr. Toros.
Thank you. Thank you, Asia. Thank you. I am also honored to be amongst these distinguished panelists. Thank you for your invitation. The Eastern Mediterranean has been subject to numerous geopolitical conflicts triggered by energy security concerns. And these have promoted claims on either existing or assumed energy reserves in the region. Encouraged by the recent discoveries of offshore hydrocarbons, some states have gone further and designed ambitious projects, assuming that they could be implemented comfortably. And these projects have been aimed at both domestic consumption as well as for European markets. And the prospect of discovering new energy reserves led to neighboring countries negotiate with one another and delineate their exclusive economic zones. The declared maritime zones, however, due to the disputes, the ongoing disputes, overlap, and they have provoked a lot of tensions amongst the neighboring countries, therefore complicating the development of these reserves that have been discovered. At the same time, frequent declaration of maritime navtexes in the region have elevated tensions and have created an energy and security complex in the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, while the mainstream understanding of this complex focuses on energy as a zero-sum game, I will beg to differ. I will counter this view. I consider energy as a critical issue that can be positively utilized within the framework of integrated markets, as well as interdependence amongst the neighbors. Hence, a positive sum game. I also regard it as a potential game changer that can propel a chain of conciliatory moves in the region. Since Cyprus can be best described as the nucleus of the Eastern Mediterranean, developments taking place here have the potential to significantly change and contribute not only to the comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus issue, but also to the desperately needed regional security, stability, and prosperity. The ongoing political problem in Cyprus, combined with its repercussions on Turkey's continental shelf and maritime jurisdictions, aggravates the instability in the region, hence hinders the investments necessary for a viable production of the gas and subsequently the realization of the regional cooperation. However, in view of the size of the estimated energy resources, the Eastern Mediterranean can potentially become an important junction in energy transfer, and consequently, Cyprus can become the core of this energy hub. Disputes related to maritime jurisdiction areas negatively impact the Cyprus issue and efforts on the comprehensive settlement. The energy equation that has emerged in the context of its Eastern Mediterranean energy resources lead the parties to a serious challenge due to issues associated with the Cyprus problem and the disputed maritime zones surrounding the island. Disputes associated with the sharing of energy resources have also further complicated the already existing political issues amongst the parties. At the same time, however, it is my conviction that these all can be effective incentives to leverage the comprehensive and sustainable settlement of these disputes. Under the ongoing conditions on the island, created by questionable political will on both sides of the divide, I believe it's most likely that both these developments will occur at the same time. Global energy trends, particularly those linked with the EU and Turkey, as well as their impact on economic adversities, will determine how strong an incentive these projects will be for a comprehensive political settlement of the Cyprus issue. New energy resources discovered in the Eastern Mediterranean concern at least 7 countries, amongst which there are political issues. As far as I'm concerned, there is a desperate need to restore the existing geopolitical relations under the spirit of synergy and partnership before we can expect an active and viable operation of the investments. As Harry very bluntly stated, there's no such thing as a frozen conflict. Therefore, they cannot be let lie idle. The benefit gained by one of these actors from sharing of energy reserves in the region must not come at the expense of the other. Those of you who are familiar with the Cyprus issue will be very, very familiar with this argument. On the contrary, it must be based on a model of absolute win-win. Enhancement of all party benefit-based synergy integrated with the solution of the issues will enhance the creation of an environment conducive to the urgently needed regional peace, security, and stability. The ongoing war in Ukraine has proven how vulnerable the hydrocarbon-based system is in energy security terms. Therefore, as an alternative potential source in close vicinity, I hope the revival of the exploration activities in the Eastern Mediterranean gathers pace in 2025. Eastern Mediterranean also has a vast and untapped amount of renewable energy potential. in both solar and wind, which could boost the European Union's energy security more efficiently. Furthermore, it can foster its Green Deal without provoking geopolitical tension. Since the electricity interconnections throughout Europe have become under the spotlight, the unregulated Eastern Mediterranean region has become of vital importance. It exhibits the biggest renewable energy generation potential throughout Europe at a time that the EU is in the process of implementing its Green Deal strategy. The fight against common existential environmental threats, which can also be potentially aggravated by a mass migration wave towards Europe through Turkey and Greece, sooner or later will become a matter of survival. Therefore, cooperation will not be a choice, but a necessity in order to survive. The sooner the regional actors realize this, the better they will address their impeding natural disasters. Anything else is literally just an attempt to resist the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all our panelists for shedding light on different aspects of the energy security and geopolitics in the Eastern Mediterranean. Let's now dive deeper into the discussion with the question to each panelists. Maybe we can start with Harry. As you said, the Eastern Mediterranean has become a critical arena where energy security and geopolitical competition. So the regional alliances are increasingly intertwined as well. With the strategic positioning of the global powers, for example, unprecedented partnership agreement between the Republic of Cyprus and the USA, how do you see these dynamics shaping the region's future?
As I said, unfortunately, this is a region of tension where it's a normality rather than the exception. But I very, very much agree with what Fikri was saying on cooperation being a necessity and not a choice. A couple of things that might spring to mind. One is, I think we're consumed always with today, tomorrow, and maybe the next electoral horizon. I suggest that we go 30,000 feet up and look not only on the region, but situating the region and certainly the local within a broader framework in order for what we say to make sense. Because politically it might, but technically or financially it might not. Technically and financially it might, but politically it might not. I mentioned before that about taking things for granted. We've taken for granted both conflicts, but also resources. Neither of the two has necessarily to be that. There's a lot of discussion these days on connectivities and cables and all. Have we taken for granted the cooperation between, just to take an example, the Republic of Cyprus and Greece? Yes. Is it now unprecedentedly challenged? Also yes. Have we taken for granted the animosity between Athens and Ankara? Yes. Is there an electrical connectivity between the two that has never been disrupted despite the occasional or less than occasional problems? Is there economic trade of electricity between the two? Yes. Is Russian gas still flowing through Ukrainian pipelines to the day at a cost of or benefit 1.2 billion? Yes, despite the war. Throughout the 50 years of the Cold War, I think 3 years ago we had the celebrations in Vienna, never had the provision of Russian gas or oil before to the West been disrupted. Not a single day. So I think we're talking a little bit too much about political risk for cables and so many other things, and I think people are hiding behind that. To take a further example now with what happened very recently in Kassos area and the potential claims that Turkey might be raising. Yes, indeed, it's a possibility. All big projects have that. But in the recent case, Turkey was present but not involved. And secondly, in all that region, there are quite a few cables going on. What you see now online is a cable going there. So, you know, again, when there is a will, there is a way. Have we taken other things for granted, like, for instance, Egypt being a huge provider to itself, to the region, to Europe? Yes. What is the situation now? Egypt is in the deepest possible problem it could ever imagine, with the huge fields like Zohr field delivering at less than 40% of the originally envisaged, with Egypt now a major importer rather than exporter of energy, with Egypt owing the big IOCs more than 6 billion and nobody venturing in any more business ventures in Egypt, with a huge financial problem of foreign currency, with the West and the UAE and others now needing to inject 57 billion to the Egyptian economy. This is things that happened in the last year only. So I wouldn't take things for granted either this way or that way. Last thing perhaps on contestation and whatnot. Yes, the Mediterranean has always been an area of a threat of contestation of powers. Perhaps the United States might have realized a little later than leaving the area in 2015, effectively under the Obama administration, led to a vacuum that others started to fill in. It didn't have the lead on things anymore. But this can change from day to day. So let's focus on things that can be done if there is a will, that are financially viable, that are technically doable, and I think the politics will follow.
Thank you so much. For Mr. Fokaides, as an expert in energy policy, you have a unique perspective on the evolving energy landscape in the Eastern Mediterranean. Considering the current policies and future cooperation frameworks being discussed within the EU, what steps do you believe should be taken to enhance this energy sustainability in the region?
So, in order to answer this question, we should, let's say, structure our approach in two steps. The first would be, what is the current situation? What is the regional role of, let's say, the Republic of Cyprus in the region? And then to envision what could be the next step and how we could work together with the Turkish Cypriot community, with the Turkish Cypriot side administration, you can name this as you wish, to work together towards a mutual vision. As I stated in my introduction, the Republic of Cyprus has been a member of the EU since 2004 and has been involved in several initiatives in the field, in the region, in the field of energy. I will not, let's say, judge these decisions at this point. I will not analyze the correctness or not of these decisions. I will just mention which are those, and then we can see how we can integrate the Turkish Cypriot element into these initiatives. The EU decided in 2013 for a fund, a major fund, which is called the fund that funds the so-called projects of common interest. These are projects that are related to the interconnectivity of the EU member states in the field of electricity and natural gas. And actually Cyprus has, the Republic of Cyprus has the approval for 3 such projects to be funded. One of them is a Great Sea Interconnector. It used to be called the Eurasia Interconnector. That is a cable connecting Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, and actually connecting Cyprus with the European electricity network. The other project is the EastMed natural gas pipeline, which is also a project of common interest. And the third project was a terrestrial station for liquefaction of natural gas. So these again, I'm not judging these projects. This is a fact. So these are the 3 projects that received the support of Brussels to be implemented in Cyprus in order to, let's say, enhance the position of the island in the field of energy. Now, apparently, what we missed when we were deciding on these projects was the involvement of the Turkish Cypriot, let's say, community in the development of these projects and the benefit that our Turkish Cypriot, let's say, compatriots would have from these projects. And actually, it is a time to start envisioning that and defining and finding the benefits that the other community could have from this project and mature this project, enhance these projects towards integrating these elements in these projects. Okay, the key, I would say, the key to this decision would be to build trust. So to be honest and build trust among the 2 communities and decide that whatever will happen in the future will happen under the umbrella of the EU. So the policies that are there for the field of energy are policies that we can all benefit. If we have secure energy field, if we have interconnection with the European grid, it might be that in the future we could have such connection through Turkey. This might be the case. Today, as a member state, we are discussing about interconnection through Greece. This is another case. So they are all on the table. They are all analyzed. There are feasibility studies behind those decisions. And we may, let's say, discuss about the energy security of the island and the role of the island in the region as a major key player in the field of energy stability under this, let's say, the implementation of this infrastructure. Apparently, we need to increase the collaboration in the sense of integrating EU policies as well as, for example, in the field of renewable energies. We have invested a lot in the south in the past 20 years in that field. And surprisingly, we can define the fact that we don't have many projects of common interest, not with the EU, but with the Turkish Cypriot community. So it's time to discuss about setting some targets, some quantitative targets for the future, seeking for funding of these targets and start working together on achieving these targets. Again, in the vision that whichever solution we find in the future, we are going to be an EU member state. So those obligations that the Greeks have at this moment, there would be the same obligations for the Turks, for the Turkish Cypriot community in the future. And of course, we can request the EU leverage, the EU energy policies to support and incentivize this reunification. We should discuss as soon as possible for the reunification of the energy system of the island, no matter what. And we should seek for financial support from the EU towards achieving that. No matter what the political conditions will be, this is a vision to discuss. And apparently, we should try to work on those, let's say, fields that we can take mutual decisions without any other sort of conflicts. I recognize the fact that the gas revenues may create some conflicts. Things are not clear there with the, let's say, economical zones. We can leave that for the future, but we can start with those fields and those areas where we have a mutual ground, where we can work together and where we can envision together a joint energy mix, a joint energy system.
Thank you so much. I think everybody could agree that we should discuss more energy project that as a confidence building measures. And I think already EU is working on solar energy fields by communal use. So that's a recurring theme. Mr. Bekkos, with the EU's recent initiatives in Mediterranean, like appointing a new commissioner and creating a new Director General for Mediterranean as well, how do you see these developments impacting regional dynamics and more specifically Cyprus? and broader, how this aligns with the broader Mediterranean policy.
Yes, thank you. I mentioned before that in the past years the EU has worked intensively on developing a vast volume of policies, regulations, instruments on the area of energy, and this more focused approach comes now with a more focused approach also to our wider neighborhood, and especially to the Mediterranean. And this is why President von der Leyen appointed a dedicated commissioner for the Mediterranean, and she will have the general directorate to support her work. This is very important. It's clear that we need to consult with the partners in the southern neighborhood on how best to address these serious challenges. And this is super important. This new Commissioner for the Mediterranean has a clear mandate to build partnerships. And since it's about partnerships, we strongly believe that the new partnerships that will be developed will impact positively the regional dynamics and will foster many cooperation opportunities, which of course will benefit mostly also member states that are close to the neighborhood, including Cyprus. But this now it's a holistic approach. And this is the most important thing, a holistic approach towards the Mediterranean. And this is what we were trying to do for several years also for the Eastern Mediterranean, a holistic approach that we can transfer what we have achieved over the past years to the region, to bring the region closer to the EU and to bring the EU closer to the Eastern Mediterranean region. So this is a good paradigm that we should follow also for the Eastern Mediterranean region.
Thank you so much. I want to turn to Professor Çelikpala and want to continue with he mentioned that the exclusion of the Turkey from the Eastern Mediterranean gas forum. I want to ask what would be the potential benefits and challenges of including Turkey to this forum, and I want to ask as well, looking ahead 20 years, how do you envision Turkey's cooperation with Europe in terms of energy? Thank you.
Yeah, it's very closely related with this. The last word of Mr. Bekos, it is the holistic approach and whether it's going to be inclusionary or exclusionary. And this is the biggest discussion from the Turkish perspective. You know, the natural gas forum or the EastMed means more than natural gas for Turkey. Of course, natural gas is a trigger point and it's an important aspect of it, but you know, it's more than a natural gas. The maritime zone delimitation, and it's the primary source of discomfort for a long while, especially territorial waters, the continental shelf, and the exclusive economic zone related issues. Of course, Cyprus issue is an issue and the giant issue. Beyond that, the role of the EU and the US and how do they treat Turkey, and therefore all those new geopolitical gatherings, especially EastMed Gas Forum or the other regional initiatives led by regional actors or the EU or the US, is it inclusionary or exclusionary? And both for the escalation and even the resolution of issues, EastMed should be treated as a shared common space, and strategic resources should advance the cause of cooperation rather than conflict among its little states. This is the point, and it seems that the panel and the speakers are in the same line altogether. But you know, while there are many ways to achieve these lofty goals, they all require Europe to develop a geopolitical vision and commitment, and therefore any appointment or new commissioner is welcomed by Turkey most probably, or the experts in Turkey, but is it going to be inclusionary or exclusionary of Turkey? How to treat Turkey? This is the thing. What we need, the toning down rhetoric to avoid narrative of entrapment, as Harry mentioned, it's very important. We need to focus the things that can be done in the region together with Turkey, and setting all inclusive regional or international meetings or conferences to serve as effective means. This may be done to make Turkey a member of the East-Med Gas Forum, or to develop an alternative proposal. It depends. All the actors and Ankara, it seems that openly called for an Eastern Mediterranean conference to find a win-win formula serving the interests of all parties to resolve pending issues peacefully. This is an important development, and advancing a visionary EU plan to deal with the conflict is an important thing, and we need to develop a posture to enhance cooperation and search for possibilities to improve Turkey's importance as a partner for the EU and contributor to Europe's common security, energy and defense policies. This is the perspective. And I see against this backdrop, Ankara stepped back from its coercive and unilateral diplomacy and undertook steps towards cooperation and de-escalation in its foreign and security policy, seeking a kind of a new normalization with neighbors and allies. And then Greece, especially Greek-Turkish cooperation, may cancel out regional geopolitical rivalries. I'm optimistic from this perspective and further promote regional cooperation. Both parties are net gas importers, and new ways of jointly developing infrastructure should be promoted. They are already cooperating and to transport, for example, Azerbaijani and maybe, I don't know, in the future, the Russian gas. And Greece is already an EU member and has a role in European energy security. And together with Turkey, both become reliable transportation hubs. And energy security away from Russian dependency can facilitate the convergence of interests in a way that can mutually benefit cooperation. And this is something that the EU and the US will welcome and actively support. And there are some concrete proposals, for example, a 10-year framework for energy and environmental cooperation. And this is the thing, and very important. Turkey and or Ankara and Athens may establish a priority cooperation goal, such as establishing a bilateral high-level dialogue on promoting energy conservation and environmental protection in the Aegean and in the Eastern Mediterranean. They may lead the others, and it's a possibility, negotiating and concluding a memorandum of understanding on bilateral cooperation in clean energy and climate crisis will help the parties initially focus on renewable energy and further Greek modernization as an essential areas. There are other projects, wind farms and energy cooperation, and you name it. Therefore, Harry's point is important, and I take it very seriously. We need to focus that what can be done. But you know, the thing is that whether Turkey is in it or is the other in terms of all those geopolitical rivalries and others. But it seems that there is a chance and venue to cooperate with Ankara.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this point on inclusivity versus exclusivity as well. I want to turn to Mr. Toros to ask, how do Turkish Cypriots view the political, economic and security challenges surrounding the sharing of maritime zones in the Eastern Mediterranean, especially with the ongoing Cyprus issue? Do you still believe the energy resources discovered in the region could serve as a catalyst of peace and cooperation?
Thank you. While the Convention of the Law of the Seas dictates the size of maritime jurisdiction areas that countries are entitled for, based on principles of equitability and proportionality, one has to remember, particularly in this area that we live in, the issue on sharing within these maritime zones is not just a legal issue. We cannot confine it to the regulation that is applicable to the delineation and sharing of these zones. It has significant political, economic, and security dimensions too. And for people who may disagree with me, I would like to remind them of what happened to the East Med gas project when it was designed to run through waters that were disputed amongst Turkey, Greece, and Cyprus, and Turkey immediately signed a corridor deal with Libya as if to block the implementation of that project. Who guarantees that something similar is not going to happen at the time of building the Great Sea Interconnector. The Great Sea Interconnector runs between Cyprus and Crete, to my knowledge, which is approximately 600 nautical miles. And it does run through waters where Turkey has claims over her continental shelf as well. So all this creates added dimensions to this issue, a lot more than what UNCLOS suggests. Therefore, yes, since Cyprus is the nucleus of this region, and since there is the Cyprus conflict still ongoing, it will affect hugely, if not obstruct, the implementation of these projects. Turkey is already interconnected with Greece and Bulgaria on her west border, and on her east border she's interconnected to a couple of countries as well. I can't remember which they are, but I'm sure my colleague knows. So the interconnections within the European network are already there. What we are trying to achieve in this region, in order to contribute to the regional peace and stability, is to connect Egypt with Europe through Euro-Africa, and Israel to Europe through the formerly known as Eurasia, currently known as the Great Sea. So, in order to incentivize all parties concerned to the Cyprus problem and hopefully enhance simultaneous political will at this forthcoming, what I hope will be a new process, we must concentrate on how to include Turkey and the Turkish Cypriots within this equation. At the same time, we must concentrate on our responsibility to achieve a politically, economically, technically, and commercially viable project, as opposed to a project which comprises of an aspiration only. The European Union is chipping in 657 million into this project. It is estimated to cost about 2 billion, and all the independent analytic studies that have been carried out so far very clearly show that these aspects of viability would be significantly improved if it is reshaped to connect Cyprus to Turkey, which is only 1/10 of the distance to Crete. So in terms of time for the execution of this project, in terms of the financial dimension of it, and not to mention the political dimension to it, it is far more doable, and it must be taken into serious consideration. Now, the government of Cyprus very rightly says, well, Turkey doesn't recognize Cyprus, so how can we sit at a table and negotiate over an interim delimitation agreement that will enable a connection between Cyprus and Turkey? Yes, absolutely correct. However, we have the United Nations, who is taking the negotiations on the Cyprus issue under their auspices. We have a Secretary General of the United Nations, very strongly supported by the EU and the USA, in order to take a new initiative over the Cyprus settlement process. Why not utilize him? Why not follow what Israel and Lebanon did? I think Harry mentioned that in his initial remarks. Lebanon and Israel, very conflicted countries with bloodshed between them. They called in help from the United States, who appointed a special envoy, and they arbitrated under his leadership, under that American envoy's arbitration. And they did an interim agreement on the delineation that enabled them grant licenses in their own exclusive zones, irrespective of whether there are discoveries in those areas or not, which I believe there aren't. But why doesn't the government of Cyprus consider this and urge the United Nations Secretary General to facilitate an interim agreement between Cyprus and Turkey? This will not only enable the implementation of this EU-backed project in a far more viable way, but also it would leverage, by incentivizing Turkey and the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots, because it's a win-win project, by incentivizing all parties concerned, it would have a strong leverage on the creation of simultaneous political will. This is only one of the leverages that Harry also emphasized by saying a bottom-up approach. I couldn't agree more, Harry. And it is these projects that will be in all parties' benefit that must be prioritized. Obviously, for these projects to be implemented, we need a political and a legal basis. And that is what we must aim to achieve under the auspices of the Secretary General at this forthcoming new attempt, a strategic political agreement that will set basis for the implementation of these, what I call high-impact confidence-building measures. But energy and security are the two areas that are of utmost priority at the moment, not only in this area, but also within the European Union as well. With the growing need for added security mechanisms, the expansion strategies, the closer ties and relations with NATO, all necessitate the prioritization of a focus on energy and security. And this is what will change the climate on Cyprus as well, in terms of creation of a new environment, a better environment, that will encourage synergical benefits, projects, and hopefully much more common sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the common message from all the panelists was clear: cooperation is the necessity. Maybe we can move to questions from audience. Fortunately, we have time. So if you have a question, maybe you can ask by saying your name and to whom you're asking. Any questions?
Instead of insisting on not recognizing the occupied territories as a sovereign state? Or do you think that cooperation should be attempted, but the recognition of the occupied territories should be a line that is not crossed?
Okay, my answer will be very short. First of all, this question is out of my scientific scope. And the second of all, I'm a researcher, so a researcher always discusses on all possible scenarios. Okay, that is why I said it might be two independent states, it might be a confederation, it might be a federation, it might be a, let's say, the Republic of Cyprus, it might be anything. It was just to state my point that whichever solution we find in the future, this is going to be under the EU umbrella. So the sooner we start jointly implementing the EU policies in the field of energy, the better for us. So this was the meaning of my statement, and to be honest with you, your question is out of my scope, and I cannot answer that one. Sorry.
Yes.
Kemal Baykal. Well, maybe Harry and anyone else who wants to answer this question. We are coming towards the end of 2024. Now we're going to have a trilateral dinner, not a meeting, whatever. And then we are also having, unfortunately, a very unstable development when it comes to the Middle East. And how should we envisage Turkey's interest to spend political capital on this particular regime in the Eastern Mediterranean? Be it the Cyprus problem, be it a confidence-building measure for an energy cooperation. How focused Turkey will be? Professor, also in Turkey, maybe you would like to answer to this question as well. How focused do you think that Turkey will be interested in turning its head towards this direction?
Yes.
So, if I may, and perhaps try to connect the two. Okay. I'll be as realistic, perhaps blunt as possible. Unfortunately, there's very little incentive at the moment in Ankara to get engaged, let alone negotiate anything, because the stakes are not there. Which means that energy is not going to be the subject matter. Perhaps Cyprus is not going to be the subject matter. I think we need to open the aperture a little bit and regarding from a very realistic, very pragmatic, perhaps as I say, blunt point of view, incentives for Ankara to get involved, it would have to be something bigger. It would have to be Ankara-EU relations, the place of Turkey in the broader region, of which Cyprus could be a chip, of which energy could be a chip. But look at what's happening at the moment, where Ankara and Athens have a rapprochement, which is not ideal, but very well going compared to the past. It's, I think, a very realistic position. A decoupling with Cyprus, which might be painful here, but it's happening. And again, it's not a value judgment of good or not, but it is happening. So obviously they're prioritizing something else that delivers to each specific benefits. In a sense then, Cyprus, because of the Cyprus problem fatigue, because of delays in engagement and all that, has been sidelined. Now, unfortunately, whatever comes out of Brussels has a little bit of a metaphysical quality in this part of the world. Brussels supports it, the EU supports it, i.e. it's happening. Tomorrow morning we're drilling, it's a wonderful thing to happen. Unfortunately not. You mentioned how 657 million have been pledged for the Great Sea Interconnector. Yes, wonderful thing. But the EU has also supported with 120 million the EastMed gas pipeline, and it didn't happen in the end. It won't happen in the end. Perhaps some of us were arguing it would never happen, but that's another story. So what I mean to say is that we need to see things from the perspective of the donor, where seed money for the development of a project is not a bad thing, but it does not necessarily mean that it's going to happen. So the answer is not, I'm afraid, going to come from law. It's going to come from politics, the incentives, financial incentives, political incentives, strategic incentives, coupled with technical feasibility on moving ahead on these things. Recognition is not a problem. I'm being very blunt here, and because this is my area, rather than Mr. Foucault's. Recognition is not a prerequisite. The paranoia of recognition should not be there. What I mean to say is that the Law of the Sea Convention was mentioned. Israel is not a signatory to the Law of the Sea Convention. This has not barred the Republic of Cyprus and Israel signing a delimitation agreement on the basis of the Law of the Sea Convention, although Israel is not. Pragmatism, not sticking with the black letter of the law. The Republic of Cyprus and Turkey, that do not recognize each other, have gone beyond recognition and are parties before the European Court of Human Rights. So forget about recognition. I know it's a pill, or what do we call it, a chewing gum here. But I don't think that there is, if there is political will and social will, the law is going to be barring us. The other way around, we'll find legal ways of going forward. So political incentives on the basis of realistic assessments of where things stand at the moment, rather than sticking with technicalities.
Thank you so much. Maybe one last question?
If I may add,
sure,
just in this question, yes, and the political incentives might come from the EU-Turkey relationship context. And in November 2023, we presented a joint communication on the state of play of EU-Turkey relations, where we suggest specific recommendations to re-energize key areas of cooperation with Turkey. And the European Council has asked us to advance with these recommendations. So, and Turkey shows an interest to go further with it. And we think that there we have something, but we need to proceed with careful steps, proportionate, gradual steps, in order not to be counterproductive and have different results. But it's a good plan. It is there, and there is interest for both sides, on both sides, to advance on this.
Thank you. Yes, we can move to the last question, I guess. Yes, your name and who you're asking.
Yeah, my name is Carlos. I actually am based in Brussels, and I would address a question to the colleague from the External Action Service. Is to ask what is missing or what needs to happen for in terms of the EU's role in the Cyprus issue, and just to draw a correlation between the effect of the escalation of the Russian aggression towards Ukraine in 2022, which has really transformed the EU, as this war has been Europeanized. I say it's a continental aspect of the EU, although it started in 2014 with an accession of Crimea and so on. By 2022, the EU really is on this transformation. In the South Caucasus, because of the war and the Russian back in Armenia, the EU all tried to engage in South Caucasus with the ministers of the war. And I'm wondering, in terms of the content of the EU role in an EU member state, EU territory, what needs to happen or what is blocking for the EU to express the same frustration and the same motivation and the same passion that it has towards the Ukraine and the Ukraine's EU membership to Cyprus and Cyprus peace process. Thank you.
First of all, I wouldn't make comparisons necessarily. The EU is always there, has an active role during previous rounds of negotiation, and it is ready to play an active role. But at the same time, we recognize that the UN has the first and primary role here in this issue. We are there, and we have supported several times Cyprus, and we keep showing solidarity to Cyprus for this situation. I have a long list of things that we have done in the past, trying to push all sides to constructive attitudes and solutions, and this includes also Turkey. To remind you a bit that in 2005-06 we suspended accession negotiation chapters because Turkey did not implement the additional protocol. So we've done a lot, and we still keep doing, but and we think that for the time being nothing else is needed, just to be there, just to have an active role, just to inject energy in the efforts for Cyprus settlement talks to resume, and this is our approach for the time being. But when negotiations, I'm saying when, hopefully will start again, we will be there having an active role at the table.
Yes, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we exceed the time that we have. Thank you all. I thank you all, our panelists that join online or fly from far or join locally. And thank you for the audience, for the questions as well, and to Cyprus Forum for organizing this. And see you in the next Cyprus Forum, hopefully.
Thank you.
There's so many things you can.
Τι θα είναι καμές. Oops. Oh my God.
Μπορώ να τα βλέπω εδώ.
Okay, I think we are ready to start. As you can see here, our topic for our discussion today is fostering economic relations across the island. What we will be doing today is that we will start with some introductions about who we are here with you today. Then, given my background as a social psychologist, and given that a lot of the research that we have been doing in the last 20 years in the University of Cyprus relates to the issue of crossing between the two sides and people-to-people contacts and the role of contact in reducing prejudice and building trust between the two communities, I will give some background from my social psychological perspective with the wish somehow to create some fertilization between the economics and social psychology and see what we have to gain from each perspective. Then we will turn to our guests and discuss the Green Line regulation, its implementation, its challenges, but also the opportunities ahead of us. And in the end, we will also have some time, about 10 minutes, to take some questions from you, the audience. So let's start with introductions. I have here with me, on the right-hand side, Andreas Andreu. He's the Director of Industrial Development, Innovation and Environment in the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On my left is Mustafa Ergüven. He's the Deputy Secretary General of the Turkish Cypriot Chamber of Commerce. And here on my right is Stevan Simozas, the Head of Cooperation, Cyprus Settlement Support Unit, Directorate General for Structural Reform, Support, DG Reform. So, as you will see, this panel is a bit interdisciplinary in its nature. So as I said earlier, I will start with some background in terms of the social psychological perspective, and then we will introduce the trade perspective across the island. As I said earlier, this comes from a research program that started in the University of Cyprus since 2007. So it's almost 2 decades of data collection across the divide in both communities, and most of the research we do at the University Center for Field Studies is comparative in nature, collecting representative sample surveys from both communities, trying to understand how each community views the other community, the role of contact after the opening of the checkpoints in prejudice reduction, stereotypes, prejudice, the building of trust, narrations about history teaching, and the role of education in the Cyprus issue. But we are not going to discuss all of this today. We're actually focusing on a minor part of this research program, which is the crossing of people and people-to-people contacts and the role that has in prejudice reduction throughout the years. I think that's a nice background for our discussion about the Green Line regulation later on.
So this is some information I gathered from sources, various sources, also the annual reports of the European Commission on the implementation of the Green Line regulation. There's an interesting pattern here. If you look at the crossings since 2003, when we had the opening of the checkpoints, despite some kind of reduction around the years of 2012-13, after that there was a steady increase of people crossing from each side, with the exception, of course, of the COVID crisis, when we had a significant drop because of the closing of the checkpoints for a couple of years. But other than that, if you might notice, something very interesting there is that just before the closing of the checkpoints, there was a significant increase in the number of people crossing. And once the checkpoints were reopened, there was again this significant increase. Actually, if you compare crossings just before the closing of the checkpoints and just after the opening of the checkpoints due to COVID, you will see that there is actually a 2 or 3 times twofold increase in crossings. And you can break that down according to the annual reports of the Commission in crossings by Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. There is a similar pattern. What I find interesting is actually in the last 3-4 years after COVID, there is a reversal of the number of crossings, with more Greek Cypriots now crossing compared to the past. So there's something there which is very interesting, because as we will see later on, there's a lot of discussion about the psychological barriers in trading, and given this positive shift that we now see in the last 3-4 years, I think that will have a significant positive impact also on trade in the near future. This is also about the trade, and again, data gleaned from the annual reports of the Commission. You see that, again, a similar pattern in terms of trade at the far end in the last 3-4 years. Again, a steady increase in the volume of trade, which goes hand in hand, it seems, with the number of crossings. Now, the current statistics about the frequency of crossing are also interesting. I won't go into the detail of the text here because I have a table which I think is very telling, actually. So this is a kind of question we always ask: how often do you cross to the other side? And what you see here is that there is a significant percentage in the Greek Cypriot community, about 1/4, that say that I visited only once and I will not visit again. So that's indicative of that psychological barrier, which is more indicative of the Greek Cypriot community here, but that's much less in the Turkish Cypriot community. Then you have, again, about 1/3 that says I visited a few times and I will not visit again. That's also, if you add these people together, it's actually about half of the population that, are very reluctant to cross. But then you can add the rest of it, and you realize that there is about 1/3 and even 40% that cross with some regularity in the Greek Cypriot community. Now, in the Turkish Cypriot community, you will see a different pattern. The majority of Turkish Cypriots cross to the south with some regularity. So that's an interesting pattern there. As I said, we have more than 30 comparative research projects in the university, and we are interested in the work of a very famous social psychologist called Gordon Allport. He was the one who proposed in 1954 the so-called contact hypothesis. Contact hypothesis is actually at the basis of the EU Commission. You might correct me if I'm wrong, because I feel that the idea of the Green Line regulation and the people-to-people contacts actually is based on the idea of that through contact, people can reduce their prejudices and build trust to each other. Absolutely. So that was in the 1954, it was proposed like that. And since then, there were in 2006, about 500 studies around the world that tried to test this hypothesis. from Pettigrew and Thorpe, and we found very strong evidence in 95% of the studies of indeed contact leading to the reduction of prejudice. Until 2006, unfortunately, there was no research from Cyprus. But from 2006 until today, we have more than 30 research projects, so we had the chance to test this hypothesis also in Cyprus. And what we found, and I'm finishing with this is a kind of meta-regression of meta-analysis. Every dot you see is the effect size of contact in relation to positive feelings. So if you take the mean of all these studies, the effect size is 0.37, 0.38, which is almost double the effect size that Pettigrew and Thorpe found in their meta-analysis of the effect in any other part of the world. So what does that tell you? It tells you that in Cyprus, not only contact works, but it works twice as better as in any other part of the world. So one might ask, okay, why is this happening? Well, the answer I usually give is that in Cyprus, because of the full geographical separation with two different educational systems, it is very easy to create negative stereotypes due to the lack of contact. So by just meeting another person, let's say in the Home for Cooperation, or because they cross to trade or to do business or whatever, a lot of this image of the demonized other is actually deconstructed immediately. So I think that's very good. We have seen the results of that prejudice reduction in research tracking the trends in that reduction. What you see there as a green line is positive feelings. What you see as a red line is towards Turkish Cypriots. So in other words, you can see the positive effects of contact. And then we go to Turkish Cypriots, and you see a very similar pattern. A very clear reduction of negative feelings towards the Greek Cypriot community. So, something final but very important, there is also a generational effect, which I think will also lead to some positive predictions and projections in the near future, because what you see there is the how positive or negative the feelings are for the other community, depending on when people were born. So it's like generational differences. And what you see on the far left here is that these are the very old people, born 1930, 35, and you see a big gap there. So if you are a Turkish Cypriot of an old age, you tend to be very positive towards Turkish Cypriots. But if you are a Turkish Cypriot of an old age, you tend to be quite negative for Greek Cypriots. But what do you see here? We see that as new generations come in, the two lines converge into something close to the middle. So the interpretation of that is that I think the big narratives, of the big nationalist narratives are actually fading out through the years, and new generations are not trapped in these narratives. So we have better chances of, becoming more realistic about each other, I think, in the new generations. So I leave it to here about this social psychological perspective. But I think now it's important to move on to the other dimension of the Green Line regulation, which was the, trading, business. So,
before going into trading, Haris, let me verify what you said right now. I have to admit that personally had some psychological barriers with the Turkish Cypriot community, not because I had it. I cannot find a solution about it or why I had it. I'm working with my colleagues from the Turkish Chamber of Commerce for 5 years now, and I can clearly understand that I don't have any psychological barriers. And I consider Mustafa or Kemal from the One Stop Shop or any other guy that I work with not only as a colleague, but as a friend as well. So I hope Mustafa feels the same.
Yes, of course. Great. So, Stefan, maybe you could give us a background about what is the Green Line regulation, the history
Sure.
of it, and how it works, challenges, opportunities.
Sure. Yes, and thanks, of course, to the organizers first for inviting us here as well to discuss this very important topic. I mean, I think you all know that the European Union is very actively present here, and we as the European Commission is also here to support a settlement of this very long-standing problem. We have been discussing that in other aspects today as well. So that has to really be said from the beginning, that the overall goal is to really find a solution, a reunification of the island. And I think how we then do it, of course, we have some instruments that are available for us for that, and of course then the Green Line regulation is one of those. The Green Line regulation, if I want to give a bit of a history to this, is that we have all to admit that this was, of course, put together rather hastily, because it was then adopted just after the negative outcome of the Annan Plan referendum, but before the Republic of Cyprus joined the European Union. So I think it came into force on the 1st of May 2004. And as has been said, so the Green Line regulation regulates basically the crossing of people, and the second aspect then that is kind of more detailed in the regulation as well then is the crossing of goods. And I think also what is important to state here, I think Mustafa and Andrea know that this is basically, the Green Line trade is basically trade from the north to the south, if I may use those words. And I think that's basically the basis of it, really, that what the Green Line regulation is about, that to really support interactions between the communities, to really have also integration also of the economies through trade. I think these are really the ideas behind it. We also see it as a confidence building measure between the communities as well. I think that's basically what it should all be about. And has it been successful? I think you mentioned the crossings of peoples. I think the statistics that we have looked into, I think for 23 we were up to 64 million crossings, I think, until the end of 23. So, you know, you have that freedom of movement for what can one say, a majority of the people living in Cyprus. So there is more interaction, and I think we agree with you completely that the more interaction there is between the communities, of course, the better that is for a solution. So I think that part is definitely, I think, a success, I would say. I think now, I think for most people it is a normal thing to cross. I think you don't really think about it. Of course, it's still a little bit of a hassle because you have to show your IDs, and these days the queues are unfortunately very long if you go by car. So there are, of course, issues that needs to be looked at and hopefully improved. The trade, though, I think also has been a success, I say, but I think there are definitely, I think, more challenges also with trade. We as the European Union are very clear here that, you know, the trade that happens has to be, you know, in line with EU standards. So we say it's basically standards for trade, trade for standards. We think also then that this type of trade, basically legal trade, is also very important because also it reduces smuggling that unfortunately is also still very pertinent, very much present, but you know, that's one thing. Last year I think we had the Green Line trade was 16 million euros, and I think there has been, I think you also showed on your graph, an increase in the couple of years and in the couple of last years, and especially after the COVID pandemic. So that is, of course, a good thing. It looks good, especially if you look at this in terms of percentages. But again, if you really see that, is 16 million really that much? If you look at this from a longer perspective, if the economists can say that this is a good figure with 20 years of implementation, I think that's a very good question to make. And I think also all these things that we cannot take for a given. I think that, you know, the graphs always keep increasing. I think it's something that we cannot really take as a given, because I understand that this year we may have a reduction of the green line trade, and I think we also do have a reduction of crossings of people. So what I'm trying to say here as well is that if you want to move forward, I think that needs to be sustained by political and other type of support as well. It's not self-evident that we are always looking for improvements here. It has to be supported basically by the political elites and of course economic operators in if you talk about trade and others too. So I think that's a very important aspect. I also want to say a little bit what we do more. So of course the second kind of main instrument we have, so I think what we can say also about the Green Line, the final sentence is that this is something that the European Commission and then in our case DG Reform, so we are like overseeing the implementation of it, and I think you referred also to the annual reports that we do regularly. Then so how we support Green Line trade I think is also important, and of course I have to say in the beginning that we very much also rely on the support from the two chambers here, and I think that's really key, and I think we are very pleased that the chambers first of all are sitting in the same room and that the cooperation is good. I think there is never any question about that, and I think this is of course very, very essential for getting things done. And also through the chambers and and together with the chambers, I mean, what the one-stop shop was mentioned already, Kemal is here. I think this is one of the Commission projects as well, that we try really with a more of a hands-on approach to support Green Line trade as well, so that traders, buyers, sellers can actually have somebody to contact when there is a challenge. And there are challenges, you know, that we are, and Kemal and his colleagues are dealing with on a daily basis. So we are also trying that approach. We have also, of course, other mechanisms as well to support it, and I think the chambers also have been dealing with many other issues in the past. But we have also quite extensive support to the business sectors, for example. So I think, you know, since 2006, since the beginning of the age regulation for the Turkish Cypriot community, I think we have spent around 55 million in supporting businesses. And I think what this mostly is about really is to improve the standards of these businesses so that they can trade, so that they come up to EU standards and have the same kind of level playing field as their colleagues in the south. We have also supported, of course, you know, issues like innovation and digitalization, something that really I think would also support the socio-economic development in the north, so that on the day also of reunification that the gap is not enormous, so that the two communities are basically as close to each other as possible. I think in that same context as well, I mean, this is more of a specific sector. We have also, as you know, supported the implementation of the Halumi Helim PDO scheme, which is also very important because Halumi Helim has a very big potential, economic potential for both communities, and I think we should never forget that this is a really shared heritage of the island. So we have also invested quite a lot really into businesses here and producers, farmers, so that they can achieve those EU standards. We are then dealing also with basically animal health and other issues, so that this trade of also Turkish Cypriot Helim can be sold into the EU market as soon as possible. I think this is a bit like EU jargon now, but what we try to do also with this specific sector is that we have basically unsuspended the suspension of the acquis in the north, and that is of course a big challenge, because this is a new territory. It's a lot of work, but I think the reward will also hopefully be there. And then also to support more concretely Green Line trade as well, that, you know, we are doing. One can a little bit say that not substituting for an authority, but we are doing also tasks that authorities do in countries, such as really doing the hygiene checks and inspections, then also of goods that are traded over the Green Line. So I think that's basically what we do in a kind of a short description. I think, so one can really see then with the 20-year implementation of the Green Line trade, where are we now compared to 2004? Of course, there has been significant progress. We have to really take that into account. But I think it's equally important to have in mind that there is so much more that can be done. I think that this really, if you see it as a kind of tool to really further integrate economies, to really have better business relations between the communities, to really also use this as an effective political tool, effective confidence building tool. There is really much more that can be done in that respect, because if you look at the overall Green Line trade, I think, Kemal, you know this better, but I think 16 million is basically around a little bit more than 1 promille of all the imports of Cyprus per year. So, it cannot really be a kind of a competitor to I would say, any business in the Greek Cypriot community. So I think we would need more political support. We would need more kind of concrete really measures also from both communities, so that Green Line trade could really be the kind of success that it has all, I think, the potential to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Mustafa, I understand there's also a mirror regulation.
Yes.
Maybe you could say a few things about this first, and then if you could share your experience as the Turkish Cypriot Chamber of Commerce in terms of challenges and opportunities.
Yes. Thank you very much for both introductions, which were very productive, I believe. But I will try to make a shorter introduction and leave my opportunities issues for the second round. Mm-hmm. First of all, I am honored to be here as a speaker, and I wish at the end of this panel discussion we will manage to leave a productive and attractive and promising message to the audience and to the business communities to build up our motivation and commitment for collaboration and work together to increase the trade and business cooperations between the communities across the divide. Already my colleague Andreas left a message, which was a very good message, I believe. I noted it down. So, as many of you know, Green Line regulation was one of the three legislations that was promised by European community to Turkish Cypriot community during and after an unplanned period, referendum period, in return of their favorable vote, together with two other legislations. One of them was financial aid regulation, which was adopted afterwards, and which is still in force and being implemented by our colleagues in European Commission with our partnership, with a limited budget. Besides that, the third regulation was direct trade regulation. I must also mention this because it is also related with the integration of Turkish Cypriot community, business community with European business community. Unfortunately, this regulation was a promise and was not kept for 20 years and is still waiting as suspended in European Council. We have been always delivering this message to European community, and I would like to use this opportunity to mention again that this was a missed opportunity to integrate the Turkish Cypriot economy with European economy. But I will keep this beside and let us focus on Green Line regulation for what we have in hand at the moment. And Green Line regulation was adopted, as Stefan said, 2 days before the accession of Cyprus into European Union as Greek Cypriot representation unilaterally, actually, and it regulates the crossings of persons in both destinations, as you mentioned, but it regulates only the trade of goods and services on the southbound destination. So it is a one-way trade regulation, we can say that, and subsequently our authorities in the north, they put in force another regulation under a local legislation which was enabling the Greek Cypriot products which are produced in the south to be traded across the divide to the northern part of Cyprus. With the same conditions as per Green Line regulation, with the same criteria and under the same scope, using the same mechanism as we are doing in Green Line regulation as chamber, and like a mirror implementation, as you said. So in the north, we are issuing accompanying document to enable this trade to the south. In the south, it is the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry issuing accompanying document to enable this trade to the north. And we are always in contact with the chambers between each other to a better business atmosphere, and whenever any problem arises, we are always at our disposal respectively, and also one-stop shop is a very important point in this aspect as well. Well, there are lots of challenges, obstacles, problems arising every day. When I see Kemal in front of me, I remember the challenges and I don't want to look there. But after this introduction in my second round, rather than losing ourselves in obstacles, problems, and challenges, I will try to focus on the opportunities that we have at the moment in our hands and that we have for the future. There are promising sectors, and I will try to describe you the volume of trade at the moment and the other promising sectors in my second round. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mustafa. Andreas?
Okay, thank you for the invitation. I thank the organizers as well. I will try to elaborate a bit on the role of the two chambers as far as fostering economic trade and what is the reason behind Green Line regulation. So the chambers basically they have the most important role in as far as Green Line regulation. They are the ones that they promote dialogue and trust. We often organize networking events and workshops where we bring the two communities together, and as your introduction was very valid, if you bring people together, they can discuss issues outside of politics and all other related to politics issues, and maybe find solutions easier than politicians. So the first thing we do is promote dialogue and trust. We facilitate trade through issuing the accompanying documents. Accompanying documents are the necessary documents that have to go with the goods that are passing through Green Line regulations. So for a product to pass either way, from south to north or from north to south, it has to have an accompanying document, and these documents are issued by the chambers. We try to solve obstacles and barriers. I now feel confident that every time I call Mustafa or Kemal at the one-stop shop, that they will do what they can in order to find a solution for a problem, for a product, for a businessman to trade with the other side. We act, both chambers, as facilitators of other EU initiatives like the one-stop shop. We both chambers participate in the advisory committee. And we also have the responsibility for stating down numbers and reporting and monitoring the number of goods and the types of goods passing through Green Line.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. Well, I guess earlier there was also some discussion about challenges. So I was wondering, maybe we could also identify a few challenges, but also how we see an opportunity to overcome these challenges, or maybe some ideas for policy changes that could facilitate these problems. So if you want to continue, and then we can turn to Stefan and Mustafa.
I will continue because Green Line trade is very important for both communities. The first thing it does is it eliminates negative feelings and barriers. So if we continue on trading between each other on equal rules, then I think things will be much easier in everything we do. There are a lot of challenges and a lot of barriers and a lot of opportunities ahead of us. We have many regulations, legal requirements, and a lot of bureaucracy and documentation that we have to solve in this process. So we have to focus on minimizing all this and focusing also on how we evolve more opportunities. I see opportunities in digitalization. There are many opportunities for cooperation in information technology and other technological aspects. I see opportunities in making joint ventures for organizations among for both communities. So joint ventures will allow access to a much larger market, the European market or the whole world, with more, let's say, abilities to have success. And I also foresee huge issues with green and digital transition, especially at the green aspect of it. There are many environmental restrictions and many environmental regulations coming in place that all of us have to comply with it. And there are many issues related to energy as well. So all efforts, joint efforts in minimizing electricity costs would be for the benefit of both communities on the island. And I think there are many opportunities, and I will leave some space for Mustafa to elaborate a bit more.
Okay. Mustafa, do you want to go now, or should we turn to Stefan?
It's up to you. Stefan?
No, okay, I can build on what Andreas said. Of course, I full agreement there. But I think if you really look at the challenges, I mean, challenges for green line trade are not very different from, I think, the overall challenges on the island as well. I think, they, not that they maybe go really hand in hand, but, they are, of course, very much interlinked. So I think what we would really need to have basically is a full political commitment to start with, that green line trade is basically good for everybody, to try to really also reduce the kind of barriers, to kind of get rid of the psychological barriers that still do exist. So it's not only for, I think, the crossings that is valid, it is basically also for traders. They have the same challenges, and of course then the acceptability of for example, Turkish Cypriot products on shelves in supermarkets in the south. There are issues still that one can really improve a lot when you talk about the psychological barriers as well. I think that is I think an important aspect that really would help also if the political support would be there to push this file. I think also for traders in particular, and I think the chambers are of course much better placed to reply to that, to say that, but I think what we also would, I think, really benefit from, or the traders would benefit from, is that if we would have a kind of a very predictable trade as well, so that the rules have to be very clear. When rules change, they also have to be communicated effectively. These are kind of more technical issues, but they do affect trade. And to really have, make the trade basically as smooth as one can. Also, of course, one important aspect is really, the standards. So we as the European Commission, we are very clear that, there can be no trade into the EU market, of course, if products are not fulfilling the EU standards. And I think the Turkish Cypriot community has come a long way there, but clearly I think this is something that work needs to go on. And of course also, as Andreas said, going beyond the green line trade as well. I mean, it's very important that businesses in the north as well take these EU developments into account when they also plan for the future, because that is of course a huge area. And of course, to really have that kind of legal predictability behind it as well. So I think those maybe would be the challenges. And I think in the future, of course, I think it's always important to think about outside the box and look at really what can be done differently as well. And I think, Andrea, you mentioned some of them which are very, very important. So I think if you really look at the kind of services cooperation as well, and digitalization, why not? And of course, to really also have, cross green line cooperation on issues where goods do not necessarily have to cross the green line. I think these are all issues that can be looked at. So, the more I think economic integration, the more kind of cooperation that there are between businesses, no matter really what the product or issue the company deals with, I think the better it would be also for the settlement process.
Thank you, Stefan. I think what you said there about political will is actually crucial also from a social psychological perspective. Remember earlier when I said about this contact hypothesis from Allport, he actually, in his original theorization, he said there needs to be 4 conditions met in order for contact to have the beneficial effects of prejudice reduction. And one of his proposals was you need support by authorities and norms, in-group norms. So, the feeling that what I'm doing, having contact, creating friendships, is supported by my group, by the norms, by my leadership. So now thinking about this, I'm trying to think whether the leaders of the 2 communities ever went out publicly and say, we encourage you to talk to the public like that. We encourage you to start trading, and I'm not sure I can find an example of that. Anyway, Mustafa?
Yes, I will try to avoid involving politics, but I will have a comment on that. Okay. I changed my speech because there are very good remarks coming from there, so I will come from another perspective now. You mentioned in your presentation as well and during your speech about the positive effect of contact. And we should know that the best way to have the contact is the economical approach, as you said. When we are focusing on the figures of trade and crossings, we are seeing a significant increase, not after COVID. We should concentrate on the exact starting date of the increasing of crossing points and the trade volumes. It started in 2018 with the devaluation of Turkish lira. The people started going to the northern part of Cyprus to spend more time, to spend more money, because they were for their benefit, because there were some applicable prices within the Turkish Cypriot community. And also trade has increased due to this understanding with low cost production expenses. So that was one of the reasons. And in 2022, we had 141% increase in the trade volume in green line. This was the biggest factor here. But when we have seen this, the positive effect of contact, yes, it started coming to reverse when the devaluation stopped, and especially the prices in the north started increasing. We have seen the reverse attraction to the southbound from the Turkish Cypriot community. So economy affects everything. This is the best key for bringing people together. Because also, I will mention about trade perspective. In trade, we have a seller and buyer. They have benefits between each other. But the benefit of the buyer is the common benefit of the seller because they are winning together. So whenever any problem arises in the Greek Cypriot community, when Turkish Cypriot producers are trying to sell his product, it is the Greek Cypriot buyer also who is dealing with this and trying to achieve and find a solution for this, because they will win together. And this is bringing people, and with this way, the communication is in a better circumstance. I will mention about the opportunities that would arise in the coming days. Now, it depends on the scope of Green Line regulation. It is, to be honest, it is a very limited. It has a very limited scope. It only, especially the animal products, are not allowed to be traded. and we have so many products produced in northern part of Cyprus, which we do have animal products inside it. So that is one of the reasons that we cannot increase the volume, but there is a promising opportunity of Hellim Hallumi, as Stefan mentioned as well. We are hoping to start the first batch of Hellim Hallumi trade within the first months of 2025. My target was 2024, as we are committed to the target defined altogether with the Commission and all other stakeholders, but I believe the beginning of 2025 will be a better expectation. And when this will start, we will have a bigger interaction between the companies, because Hellim Hallumi is the biggest product of both communities on their exports to the third countries. So now we will start trading the Hellim Hallumi between the communities. And the Greek, unfortunately, Turkish Cypriots were far behind the European market in terms of animal products specifically. So we didn't sell any kilo of Hellim Hallumi to European market till now. So we don't know the market. It is the Greek Cypriot traders and producers who are very familiar with that market. So whenever there will be a trade between North and South, I believe this will be benefit for them as well to get a better applicable prices with the Turkish Cypriot production, because we have lower costs in the north. And then they may use it as a private label to sell the product to European market, where we are not that much strong in finding new customers in European market. So that's a promising opportunity, I believe, with the starting of 2025. In addition to this, I believe joint ventures would be another aspect that we should work on it. Not only under the Green Line regulation and Green Line trade perspective, but also working together and coming together and applying to the tenders together. There are some specific steps that were taken by some companies, and I believe this will grow up in the coming days. And I think that's all I should say for the moment. Yes.
Thank you, Mustafa. Yes.
There is still a very big obstacle and a challenge for both communities, especially for Greek Cypriots to solve. And this is mainly the...
I think the microphone is not working. You're out of battery.
Thank you. Is it okay now?
Not really. Maybe you can.
It's a big obstacle, I understand. That you will say now. It is being prevented.
Yeah. So I wanted to mention that the biggest barrier that we have to solve is related to banking.
Yes.
Banking is a huge obstacle for now, and it has a huge impact in limiting trade among the two communities. So banking is a very regulated area in Cyprus, especially after 2013 that everybody knows what happened. And banks are very reluctant in, let's say, opening new accounts, even for all citizens of the public. And so something that we have to solve as chambers and of course as the Republic and both communities is the banking issue. If a solution is found in the banking issue, I think trade will increase a lot.
Great. So I think we have about 1 minute or 2 minutes each to make a final statement or state something that we wanted to talk about but we didn't get the chance. Let's start from you, Stephen, and then we can turn to the public.
No, I think we have you've raised, I think, really most of the issues here now when it comes to this bi-communal business cooperation and the Green Line regulation. But I think maybe just to repeat what was said here at the previous panel, that, you know, success basically is a decision. So I think that's something that stuck in my mind as well. I think we can really make this Green Line trade and increase business cooperation over the divide if we actually decide to do so and everybody works in that direction. And I think that's, of course, all three who are sitting here, I'm sure we are very committed to achieve that goal.
Thank you, Stephen. Mustafa? Yes, the commitment is very important in this aspect, and we are trying to increase Green Line trade volume in both sides, specifically from south to north as well. That's an important point as well, because we have to win in both sides to be sustainable. And we are trying to get over the challenges on that side as well. And as you said, one of you said that it's only 1% of the trade of Greek Cypriot community is compared with the total imports with the Green Line trade.
1%. 1%.
Yes, exactly. So we tried to increase it a lot, but we came with 150% increase during the last 2 years. But we are not still using the exact potential of Green Line trade. There is a huge capacity and potential under this trade, but we are trying and we are failing. We are trying better and we are failing better. So we will keep trying and we will keep failing better.
Thank you, Mustafa. Andreas, you have the final word before we turn to our audience.
Thank you, Haris. The Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry is dedicated to foster trade among the two communities. So we are here to assist and help in any way we can in order to speed up the process and eliminate all obstacles and barriers. I would say that since we have the University of Cyprus on our part now, we could organize a survey among the business community of Cyprus through the chambers in order to see how the psychological factor affects business decisions and business trade among the two communities.
It's a very good idea. But we are here to help. So now to our audience, it's time for you to, if you have any statements, questions to our panelists here. Yes, Kemal.
Okay, there has been a lot of reference to one-stop shop, but just a couple of remarks. I think it's very important to acknowledge the cooperation of the chambers, how useful it is, especially remembering that the chambers are business organizations that represent their members. And their members come from all backgrounds, political and diverse, right? And despite that, both chambers have decided intentionally to continue this cooperation, despite sometimes there have been issues with their own members. So I think it is very important to show support for the cooperation of this chamber and their decision to continue this, because they see the long-term success and the long-term vision to it. The second remark that I would like to make is that we sometimes forget that we are not living in a normal country, unfortunately. And it's not a trade between two normal, mutually recognizing entities. And this is also making things very difficult. Thanks to the European Commission, who always try to support and come in between. I think it's very important to continue this. I really appreciate Mustafa saying that we need to increase the trade, the reverse trade as well. And given the consequences, it's not always very easy. And the fourth point that I really want to make this discussion is the fact that we also realize how much the Turkish Cypriots are really committing themselves to catch these standards. And the Greek Cypriot community have gone through this, and then after the membership also continue to experience this. For the Turkish Cypriots, they really showed a lot of dedication, and we also see that some of the problems are encountered by this. But there is also some realities that it's easier to make the checks and controls through the green line crossing points, which might be even more difficult for the Turkish Cypriots in compared to the other trade. The chambers have produced also remarkable work in the past. They did great awareness campaigns, and I think it's very important for the future to look at the future. I think the dialogue is very important, and I think they need to include other partners as much as within their reach to increase this, because it will be to the benefit of everybody. So thank you very much for this opportunity and for this presentation.
Thank you, Kemal, for these very insightful remarks. I think we have 2-3 minutes. Stalo?
Hello everyone, congratulations. My name is Stalo Morstemus. I'm a senior officer at the Accession of Commerce Industry, and also I'm the coordinator of Enterprise Europe Network. It's an initiative by the European Commission to support SMEs, to find partners, the right funding opportunities, and be compliant with the single market regulations. So given that, it's very important, as you said, Stefan, the standardization and the compliance with the regulations. I think the problem comes from the mistrust of the substantial production of products. So if the European Commission find a mechanism to increase the surveillance of this, I think the mistrust between the two communities of businessmen, it will minimize. From my experience as the coordinator of Enterprise Europe Network, receiving complaints, this is the major issue that we are hearing. This is a good opportunity, the Cyprus Forum, which is for policymakers to raise this issue and to give you to pass this message to you, coming from the European Commission, to find the key to solve this problem. I think this is you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
To solve the problem and bring closer the two communities. And also, we need to mention that the cross-border between business and consumers, it's okay. It's the B2B that it needs more support, and we need to enhance the efforts of increasing the transactions between the two communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stalo. If there is no... we have one more question.
Yes, one final question. Good evening, everyone. Rita Kumel from the European Commission. I have a question to Mustafa and Andreas. Knowing all the challenges that we have with green line trade, the political view, the standards, the predictable trade, etc., I would still like to put it out there that we also have an issue of trust building between businesses. Letting aside all the political issues and all the kind of larger issues. So I would like to have maybe your thoughts on the one thing that we could do to increase trust between businesses. So peer-to-peer businesses. How would you go about it?
Thank you.
If I may, thank you for raising this up, Jutta. And I will give you a very important experience that I faced during our Hillim Halimi working group discussions. Well, the adoption of PDO Hillim Halimi regulation was done in April 2021. And the first Hellim Halloumi producer got the PDO certification 1.5 years following to this date. And during this time, most of the factories in the Greek Cypriot community, they already received their PDO compliance and certification by Bureau Veritas. And the Turkish Cypriot community was preparing themselves with a long process, inspection process, preparing themselves with the support of European Commission assistance in increasing the standards of the producers and the farms and etc. And we have come a long way and we prepared ourselves. And it took 1.5 years to arrange everything, the inspection body, the language, the inspectors and everything, all the bureaucratic facilities. And it's been 1.5 years after the adoption. But although this, when we informed the Hellim Halloumi working group about getting the certification of a Turkish Cypriot Hellim Halloumi producer about PDO certification, they said, how come you get this certification and compliance that much early? So this is explaining the mistrust between the companies towards each community. I think we couldn't explain and describe what kind of standardization and increasing the standards in the Turkish Cypriot facilities, in companies, in farms, in producers, food business operators and everything. I think we need to explain to our Greek Cypriot partners that we are also fulfilling the relevant EU regulations and standards and compliances. That was an interesting moment for me. There was already 58 Greek Cypriot Hellim Halloumi producers who received the PDO before that date, and when we got it, it's not so early. So that was tragic-comic moment for me, which is describing the mistrust between the companies.
Thank you, Mustafa. Andrea?
This is true. There is somehow a mistrust among competitors in certain areas. The example Mustafa mentioned is distinctive, since halloumi is very important for both communities and everybody's feeling a lot about it, and it's a very important product for the communities all over the island, and everybody has an idea what halloumi is. So if you ask my grandmother, she will say you one thing, and everybody has an idea how halloumi should be made, from what percentage of milk, what temperature, how you should eat it, and all these things. So halloumi is not a very good example. However, I think that if we keep the dialogue and coming and meeting with each other, discussing common problems and issues and challenges, solutions will be found. Definitely there are barriers and psychological barriers among the business community as well. The European Commission should keep an effort in keeping the two communities together on an equal basis, discussing on issues well before the issues come up to the surface in order to build the relevant psychological infrastructure to assist in this. And hopefully at some point politicians will feel the same in order to solve all the issues on the island.
Thank you. And may I add that as social psychologists, we are here to help in trust building, if you need our help. Thank you very much.
Thank you.